welcome everybody to episode number 17 of reacting to every single Alex O'Connor video on the internet. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the live stream. Man, we have been doing this for quite some time, quite a few months, not weeks, 17 weeks though, to be specific. So how are we doing, everybody? So today we are actually reacting to Alex's first debate, his first discussion with William Lane Craig. It's pretty amazing. But first off, before we get into all of that, I just want to share something that I don't know what it means. I think maybe I'm overthinking things. I tend to do that. Most people do, but it just gets me a little bit excited. And you guys know that we play Alex O'Connor bingo, right? This is it right here. Alex O'Connor bingo. Boom, boom, boom. And, as we are reacting to every single Alex O'Connor video on the internet, we just, as he mentions things that are common, we just mark it off, as we go. And if you get a bingo, well, then I shout you out in the video. And if you are watching this afterward, then you comment below and I will also shout you out in the video. Well, the cool thing is, and I just made a YouTube short on this, so you guys can check that out. But the cool thing is, Alex mentioned that in his latest podcast with gosh, I'm blanking on their name. That's embarrassing. Hank Green. Oh my gosh. Sorry. But yeah, he just mentioned that in his latest podcast. It was like 2 hours into the podcast or whatever. But I remember I was actually on a plane, cause I just got back from a trip and I was listening and I was like, what the fuck? Like I just hold up. What the hell? Just stopped me in my tracks as I was listening to that. So I don't know if that means he's aware of this at all, or if he saw any of my shorts about Alex O'Connor bingo or any of that. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's a coincidence, but Alex, if you're watching this, you know what to do. Blink twice and I'll know. Just it'll be code. Shh, between us, it'll be code. So but yeah, how are we doing, everyone? Welcome to episode number 17. As I said before, today we are reacting to a video where he talked to William Lane Craig, who is a big apologist. He's a philosopher. He's been doing apologetics for many years, probably before I was even alive, back in the 90s, maybe even 80s. I think just 90s. And he's written a lot of books, and he's really big, really influential. And so it's really cool to see that Alex, at this point in his career, got a conversation with him. And I believe the context of this is Alex saw a video where William Lane Craig was reacting to a lot of the bad arguments he thought for atheism. And so Alex invited him on and wanted to talk about one of William Lane Craig, this guy right here, one of his big arguments for God that he proposes, which is the Kalam Cosmological Argument. And basically that's the idea that anything that has a cause, anything that begins to exist must have a cause, right? That's the notion that William Lane Craig proposes. And because of the Big Bang, William Lane Craig says that the universe began to exist, and thus the universe must have a cause, evidence for there being a intelligent designer of some kind, God of some kind. It doesn't get you all the way to Christianity or to Islam or a lot of the major religions. It doesn't get you to a personal God, but it does get you, at least the first half of the Kalam Cosmological Argument, gets you to the notion that there is a first starter, a thing that caused the universe to be as it is. So that's what we're discussing today. If you guys are familiar with it, let me know. What are your thoughts on the Kalam Cosmological Argument? Let me know in the chat below. But yeah, let's do a quick overview of where we are at in terms of watching every single Alex O'Connor video. So far on my own, I have watched 163 of his videos, and there's about a little over 300 videos. So we're really getting there, chugging along. It's pretty exciting. And then together through these live streams, we have watched 34 videos. Come on. Give yourself a round of applause. That is amazing. Good job, y'all. So that is very exciting. We're chugging along. I think today we're going to get at least 2 videos in. So we shall see. But hey, without further ado, I say let's get those bingo sheets out. If you are, unfamiliar with Alex O'Connor Bingo, you can go to the description. It says, "Hey, let's play bingo." You click that link and you press generate bingo card, and it'll generate a unique bingo card for you. What I tend to do, if you're on like a mobile phone, you can just kind of swipe up and minimize the YouTube screen and then pull up the bingo card. So you can kind of listen along, and I'll be pointing it out as we go. But if you find something that I don't find, you can point that out as well. So yeah, let's get along. Let's get started with this thing. William Lane Craig and Cosmic Skeptic discuss the Kalam Cosmological Argument.
Thing of the following. The first premise is...
Let me get to the beginning. He's got these little coming up segments here.
I want your listeners to understand how radical the view is that you're expressing here. Boy, I think that's a kind of anti-realist view of reality. Oh, Alex, I think that's just well, as you say, that's included in my list of arguments so bad I couldn't have made them up.
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic podcast is brought to you by you. To support the podcast, please visit patreon.com/Cosmic Skeptic.
So I never watched the video that they're referencing that he made to refute some like bad arguments in terms of atheism, but I'll be curious as to what those arguments are that he's referring to as being bad. So there are poor ones that I will agree, but it'll be interesting to see what those are. I think the Kalam Cosmological Argument is very interesting. It's definitely one where if you are at all kind of thinking about religion or God, like this is probably a thought that's come to your head, right? The idea of a first, creator, a first mover, someone who caused the universe to begin, right? Because if everything that begins to exist, if like anything that's ever existed, right? Like this cup of water, if that had a creator, had a beginning, well, then it makes sense to think that the universe had a creator. And so the question then becomes, what caused the universe to begin? So it'll be interesting discussion. There's a lot of talking points here. So we shall see what Mr. Alex O'Connor has to say on the matter.
To the Cosmic Skeptic podcast. My name is Alex O'Connor, and I'm joined today by Dr. William Lane Craig, who is the professor of philosophy at both Houston and Biola universities, with 2 PhDs, has famously debated God and the existence of God with an expansive array of very high-profile atheists, and always seeming to come out of those interactions unscathed. He's also the author of more books than years I've been alive. So, Dr. Craig, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being here on the podcast.
Certainly, Alex. Good to be with you. That number of books in your age may be a reflection of your youth, I think.
Maybe. I think how prolific you are is kind of the point that I was trying to get out there.
Sure.
So, as I said just before we got started, Dr. Craig, I'm sure that most of my audience will be familiar with you and some of the things you've said, but they'll be familiar with them through the lens of the atheist, because in my community, a lot of people have responded to your works. And so the people who are listening might feel as though they've heard everything you've had to say before, but it's unlikely that they've really given the time to listen from the horse's mouth, except in a debate scenario where they're probably going in with some biased kind of starting points. So today, I wanted to discuss the Kalam Cosmological Argument. And one of the principal reasons for that is because not too long ago, I put out an article on my website about why I thought there was a particular version or justification for the Kalam Cosmological Argument that begs the question. And I got a wealth of response from it. And I also saw that you'd made a series of objections that you called something like objections so bad I couldn't have made them up. And that was one of them. And I thought, whoa, maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. So I thought it would be good to sit down and talk to the man himself. So just as a bit of introduction, why...
One thing he mentioned there that I think is really cool and really important is the idea of trying to take yourself outside of the community or bubble that you're in and really consider points and perspectives of what people are saying not from your own kind of biased perspective, but to really deeply consider them, right? That's why my way, like, I think we should always be skeptical, right? We should be skeptical, but I think a really important thing to consider when you're hearing a new idea is to put on the hat of someone who already believes it, right? If you already believe this thing, think of it from that point of view, right? Really try to consider it deeply and be like, okay, let's not just immediately go to, this is why it's wrong, this is why it's wrong, this is why it's wrong. Think, okay, how could this actually be correct? How could this be right? I'm going to think through that with that kind of lens, especially if it's a point that you disagree with, and really deeply consider it, and then go into the skeptical and be like, okay, does this still hold up? And then you can be, skeptical and criticize and everything like that. I think that's a very healthy way of doing it, because it builds empathy, right? Because if you were to take on the true perspective of the person who's espousing these sort of arguments or these beliefs or what have you, then you're going to be able to empathize with that because you've actually done the work in trying to take it on yourself from that perspective. So, yeah, I agree with that. I think it's not something you hear too often, right? There is the challenge of listen to all sides, of a perspective. And I think that's important, but it's not just listening. It's how you listen. How do you listen? And I think the most effective way that you can do that is by taking it on as if you were agreeing with it, as if it was true. Really think about it from that perspective, and it'll probably open up some things that you didn't notice before.
Why is it that you're so well connected to the Kalam Cosmological Argument? Are you the person who gave it that name? I know you're incredibly well known for having popularized it. So what's that connection?
I did my doctoral work in philosophy at the University of Birmingham in England. And I did it on the cosmological argument for God's existence. And in studying the history of this argument, I discovered that although the argument goes all the way back to the 4th century after Christ, in medieval Islamic theology, this argument became highly developed and highly sophisticated. And so I tagged the argument, the Kalam Cosmological Argument, in honor of that medieval Muslim tradition. Kalam is simply the Arabic word for a point of doctrine and denotes medieval Islamic theology.
Excellent. And so the form of the argument is quite impressively simple, and I'm sure that most people listening will have at least heard it in passing. Would it be a fair analysis to say something of the following? The first premise is everything that begins to exist has a cause for its existence. The second premise is that the universe began to exist, and the conclusion which logically follows is that the universe had a cause.
Yes.
And this is a deductive argument, which means that if both the premises are true, the conclusion must also be true. So the only way to attack this argument, the only way to raise objections is raising objections with the premises. Now,
right.
I find that most people, when they try to raise objections, they jump to the second premise. Something like the universe beginning to exist is quite a difficult thing to prove, it seems. And yet you've got quite an expansive literature on different reasons why we can know this to be the case. So perhaps we can start there before talking about the first premise. How can we know, let's say philosophically, because I know there are scientific ways and philosophical ways to look at this. Philosophically speaking, how can we make that assertion that the universe began to exist?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point because there's a lot of different notions out there. There's the notion of the multiverse. Then there's like, what do you mean by universe, right? Do you mean just kind of the known universe, this sort of pocket that we can observe? Is that what you mean by universe? So there's a lot of definitions that need to be discussed. And then there's notions that, the Big Bang isn't the beginning of everything. That's often what's maybe assumed when people generally present this argument without, fleshing it out fully. But that's kind of an assumption that is brought to the table. And so it'll be cool to hear kind of his perspective of how he defends the idea of the universe had a cause, right? It had a beginning. It began to exist. And so that'll be cool to get into.
I do think that the second premise is the most controversial premise in the argument, and therefore the one to which I've devoted the most attention. Historically, the second premise that the universe began to exist was supported by philosophical arguments. It wasn't until the 20th century that there was any sort of empirical evidence for the beginning of the universe. And as I looked at the various arguments that were offered historically for the beginning of the universe, the finitude of the past, it seemed to me that two of them stood out. One would be the argument based on the impossibility of an actually infinite number of things in reality. And then the other would be the impossibility of forming an actually infinite collection of things by successive addition. These arguments are independent of each other. Even if one fails, the other could still be sound. And so together, I think they provide very persuasive philosophical grounds for affirming the finitude of the past and hence the beginning of the universe.
Sure. So let's think about this. The difference between an actual and a potential infinite, which is the crucial distinction to make, as far as I understand it, is that an actual infinite is kind of what it says on the tin. It's an actually existing infinite number of things, as it were, that actually exist in reality, whereas a potential infinite is something that can tend towards infinity, such as dividing the space between 2 points on a ruler. You can divide that infinitely, but that doesn't mean that there are actually an infinite number of things between each point. Is that a fair analysis?
That's exactly right, Alex. And the concept of the potential infinite dominated Western mathematics and philosophy until the 19th century, when Georg Cantor, a German mathematician, discovered the concept of the actual infinite. So the notion of a potential infinite plays its role in calculus, where we think of infinity as a limit which a process approaches but never arrives at, whereas the notion of the actual infinite finds its application in infinite set theory, where mathematicians talk about sets that have an actually infinite number of members in them. And it is absolutely crucial to distinguish these, because one is not denying that the potential infinite can exist. The denial is that there can be an actual infinite in the real world.
Sure. So there are two objections that to me can be derived from this idea of the distinction between the potential and actual infinite. And the first is this. There's an argument to be made that potential infinites in some way assume the existence of actual infinites. For example, people think that if a potential infinite is something like two spaces, the space between two objects being infinitely divisible, that there are somehow an infinite number of divisions between those 2 points. And so although when you do the divisions it tends towards infinity, the number of actual divisions, the number of halfway points or something like that, is an actually infinite number of things. So that would imply that actual infinites do exist in between any two spaces. What's the problem with that?
I mean, yeah, that is a... So yeah, mathematics in how they play out in the real world is a very interesting question. There's I remember hearing this, like I don't remember what his name is, but he basically talks about the tortoise and the hare story, right? The story of how the hare will win a race because or the hare will lose the race because like the tortoise starts first and it is slow, and so the hare will pass it, but then the hare sort of falls asleep and the tortoise keeps going slowly, and eventually because the hare doesn't take it seriously and is asleep, the tortoise wins the race, right? But the idea is that although like potentially the hare can wake up and catch up with the tortoise and pass it, if there is truly an infinite amount of space, right, between one kind of position and another position, then if we were to sort of like frame by frame see the acceleration and distance traveled, since there's an infinite amount of gaps in between, then technically the hare, even though it's behind the tortoise and is going faster, it will still never catch up because it has to go an infinite amount of, minute spaces. And no matter how fast it travels through that space, the tortoise is still moving, although albeit slower, is still moving. And so it's going to be, slightly ahead, slightly ahead, slightly ahead, and it's never going to fully catch up because the space is infinitely small between each. So there's no way of it catching up. I forget the philosopher. I remember Alex mentioning it in a different video. I'll look up who that was exactly, but yeah, it's an interesting kind of concept. If we were to actually play out that idea, we would realize, no, the hare is going to catch up because it is going faster. And so eventually it will pass the tortoise. But if we were to take mathematics seriously and apply it to the physical world, that would never be able to happen because there would always be a way that we can divide it a little bit more. And at the end of the day, the tortoise, since it is still moving, is going to still be ahead in some sense. So it's very interesting.
The problem with that is that it is guilty of a modal operator shift. It is true that possibly a line is divided here and here and here and here ad infinitum, but it doesn't follow that there is a place here and here and here and here where the line is possibly divided. That's two different claims. And I would say that a line is not a composition of points, that the line is logically prior to any points that you specify on it. And that therefore the possibility of potentially infinite processes does not imply an actually infinite number of points. To assume that a line is a composition of points is to already beg the question in favor of the existence of an actually infinite number of things.
Sure. So to flesh this out, let's think of a more concrete example. I'm thinking of the example of this paradox of the light bulb, which you've probably come across. This is how I'm kind of understanding the objection in its most strong form. You can imagine some kind of light bulb that is programmed to switch on and off at particular intervals. And it's programmed such that you have a length of time, let's say, 10 minutes, that once half the remaining time has elapsed, the switch gets hit, right? So it starts off, and halfway between the kind of time elapsing, the light bulb gets turned on, and then halfway between the remaining time, it gets turned off, and halfway between the remaining time, then it gets turned off. And obviously the on and off switch is increasing in speed in terms of how quickly it's going on and off. Now, the reason that this is an interesting point to raise is that by the time the actual time has elapsed, it seems that you actually have a substantiation, a thing that has actually happened an infinite number of times. And we have to answer the question of whether the light bulb would be on and off at the end of the question. But the kind of real question, the real interesting part is relevant to this discussion, is that if you had such a programmed light bulb, it would seem not just that you've kind of got a potentially divisible, potentially infinitely divisible space, but that an actual infinite number of things has happened in a finite amount of time.
Yes, this is a paradox known as Thomson's lamp, after the author who invented it. And the question that Thomson was raising is, at the end of the process, will the light be on or off? And there's no answer to that question because there is no causally prior state immediately prior to the final state of the lamp after it's gone through the process. And so my argument would be that Thomson's lamp is absurd, that it cannot exist because there will be a causal gap between the states of the lamp in the series of switchings and the state of the lamp after the switchings are complete. There is no immediate causally connected state prior to that last state. And therefore, the state of the lamp at that last state would be literally uncaused, which I think is metaphysically absurd.
Sure. So from this, are we supposed to take that the lamp couldn't be programmed in such a way? I mean, it seems like it doesn't break any kind of, on the surface, I mean, any kind of logical or metaphysical rule to say that you could have such a program. But you seem to be implying that because of the conclusion it leads to, we should kind of go back and then judge that actually that couldn't be programmed in such a way.
Well, I would say that metaphysically it is impossible because of what I just said about this causal caesura, so to speak, between the states of the lamp in the switching series and the state of the lamp after the switching series is ended. But it's also scientifically impossible as well. Mm-hmm. Nobody has thought there could really be such a thing because once you get down to certain quantum distances, it's impossible to switch the lamp on and off anymore. The thing is purely a thought experiment. It's not meant to be something that's physically realizable. Mm-hmm. And so this wouldn't have any impact upon contemporary science. Contemporary science has no use whatsoever for the actual infinite. Contemporary science operates purely on the basis of potential infinities.
Sure, and perhaps it raises the question of whether or not there is such a thing as a minimal interval of time, which I know is an open question.
Yes.
We should press the reason this is important to the argument, to the Kalam, is that essentially we're trying to address the idea that the universe could have been eternal, because this is one of the atheist escape routes many of the time, is to just say, well, look, yes, maybe there needs to be some kind of explanation for the causes that caused everything, but what if that just goes back eternally and the universe is eternal? And what you're trying to demonstrate here is that the universe can't be eternal because it leads to logical absurdities.
Oh, not logical, Alex. I would say metaphysical. There's no logical contradiction in the notion of the actual infinite. Infinite set theory is a well-understood branch of mathematics. It's perfectly consistent and coherent. But I maintain that when you try to instantiate it in the world of the real,
right,
that then it leads to these absurdities. And the Thomson lamp illustration is an example of that second argument that I mentioned for the finitude of the past, the impossibility of forming an actually infinite collection by successive addition, like switchings on and off of a lamp.
Sure. So this is why we can talk about the concept of infinity in mathematical literature, but that shouldn't give us reason to think that it can be substantiated in such a way that would affect the argument, right?
Yes, that's right. In mathematics, there are just all sorts of entities. For example, imaginary numbers and infinite dimensional spaces and so forth that cannot be physically instantiated, but they're perfectly consistent logically.
So this kind of, William Lane Craig does this interesting analogy. He presents I remember in a different video that I watched of his, he presents the Hilbert Hotel. And I'll pull this up real quick. So the Hilbert Hotel is a paradox, basically, that critiques the notion of infinity. So imagine a hotel with an infinite number of rooms, right? And the rooms just keep going up and up and up and up, starting with room number 1 and then on for infinity. Then, there's a lot of interesting questions you can ask, right? So let's say every single room has a guest inside of it, an infinite amount of guests in an infinite amount of rooms. What if there was another guest? How would we be able to add another guest onto this infinite number of guests? And let's say we add another room to the top. How would we add another room to the top of an infinite number of rooms? Are there more odd number rooms or more even number rooms? Is there more odd number rooms than the entire amount of rooms in general? All of these questions seem sort of absurd, and it points out the idea that infinity doesn't really make sense practically. Although it makes sense mathematically, and we kind of are forced to think of it in that way, this sort of example shows that infinity is hard to grasp, and it's hard to understand in a practical sense. So that's the Hilbert's Hotel example. You can definitely check that out.
Okay, so the second objection that this raises, and why it's important, is that you can ask the question, if an actually infinite number of things or number of events or something like that is impossible to be real, in the sense that we're using the term real, does God not count as an actual infinite?
Now, it's important to understand here, Alex, that this is not an objection to either premise. It would just show that the theist is going to have a problem too, but it doesn't do anything to refute the argument. Now, theists have typically, well, not typically, universally held that God is not composed of parts.
Yeah.
God is not an aggregate of definite and discrete elements that make up a collection, and therefore the notion of God's infinity is not a mathematical notion. It's not a quantitative notion. It's a qualitative notion. It means things like God is perfectly holy, omniscient, omnipotent, timeless, spaceless, and so forth. All of those sort of qualitative attributes go to make up God's infinity, but the infinity of God is not a quantitative concept.
I guess I don't know what that means. How do you separate quality from quantity? Like what? Yeah, I don't know what he means by those terms. Like, how do you separate the qualities of God from the quantity of God? Does quantity assume sort of a physicality of it? Because quality seems to do with characteristics of something, not necessarily the quantitative substance of what it is, but the characteristics of said thing. So how can you have a quality of infinity without a quantity of infinity? I don't know. I haven't read up on this in a while, so I don't really remember.
Sure. The reason why I would have immediate trouble with this is thinking about, although the attributes of God that you mention are qualitatively infinite, there may be some room for applying quantitative infinites. For instance, if God is not dormant, right? If God is not just a kind of impersonal being that sits there doing nothing, we have an image of God that does things, that intervenes, that creates universes at particular times but not at others, would imply that perhaps you could ascribe to God something like an infinite series of events in terms of an infinite number of actions that he's caused, unless there's some point beyond which God is dormant. I don't see why you can't apply the same reasoning to say that if God commits actions, then God has committed an actually infinite set of actions.
Interesting. Yeah, there's a notion of God where basically he does not actually do anything, right? God, because he's timeless, must be outside of time. And so anything that he does, if you believe in a timeless God, anything that this timeless God does is not actually something he does, because there is no changing of state from moment to moment. It's just God existing, right, outside of time. And since we are bound by time, there is no interaction between God and humans. So any sort of interaction that you see in like a religious text, if they are committed to the idea that God is timeless, is not actually an interaction in a moment of time between God and that human. It's actually sort of a command that God has given, and that command is not God doing something, but it's sort of an arbiter, someone who something that acts for God in a specific time. God is in a different dimension, sort of vibing, whereas humans are stuck to time, and any sort of interaction that we perceive to be between us and God is not actually an interaction between us and God, but rather an interaction between the command and us. So it's not a personal interaction, but a interaction with some sort of sense of command. This isn't really necessarily in line with the Bible, but it is kind of philosophically where it leads you to if you believe in a timeless God. My first podcast, I talked to Jonathan Green about this, Jonathan Greenfield, and it's a very interesting kind of dilemma that you get into. So definitely worth checking out. Hello, Mean Soak. Welcome to the live stream. Doing pretty well, man. Doing pretty well. We're just vibing, timelessly, like God is. We're just vibing, man. Just vibing.
What you're raising here, Alex, is the very interesting question of God's relationship to time.
Yeah.
And as you explained so well, if there is a series of successive events in God's life, then the same arguments against the infinitude of the past would apply to God that apply to the universe. And therefore, the classic proponents of this argument, like Al-Ghazali, argue that there is a beginning of time, and that God existing beyond the universe, not before it, not before time, but beyond time, is timeless and unchanging and perfect. And that therefore the arguments are inapplicable to God because God doesn't have a past.
So anticipating this reply, I was thinking about the concept of the afterlife and how the reason why it's not problematic to say that the afterlife is infinite is because that seems to be a potential infinite, right? Because it starts at a certain point and tends towards infinity, but there isn't already an existing kind of infinite set of days or something in heaven, in the afterlife. The problem I see is reconciling that with what you've just said, which is that God exists not kind of infinitely for an infinite amount of time, but outside of time itself. My understanding of the afterlife is somehow being with God, right? And so if the afterlife is being with God in an infinite kind of way, doesn't that mean that the afterlife is a kind of actual infinite? Or is a kind of, rather than a potential infinite?
I think what it implies, Alex, rather, is that God is in time. The view that I defend is a rather novel hybrid view, but I think it's the best view, and that is that when God creates time, he enters into time in virtue of his real causal relationship with temporal changing things, and in virtue of his knowledge of tensed facts, like what time it is now. So on.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm a little bit confused right now. So I need to slow down a little bit. I'm going to pull this up. So I got here, looked up the definitions of actual infinite versus potential infinite. So this concept involves infinite entities as completed objects. Infinity because it is treated as a complete set with infinitely many members. This idea was formalized in late 19th century by mathematician George Cantor, who introduced the notion of different sizes of infinity and established the foundation of set theory. Potential infinity, in contrast, potential infinity refers to a process that can continue indefinitely without ever reaching a final state. For instance, counting natural numbers is a potential infinity because you can always add one more number, but you never actually complete the counting process. Each individual step is infinite, and the process itself is never ending. Okay, so potential infinity is, I think I get it. So potential infinity is the idea that you can always add more. You can always continue blank, right? So for instance, the height of this cup, I could always increase the height. And if I were to increase it to a certain amount that's like insanely tall, it doesn't matter. I can still increase it more. And so it has the potential to continue on to infinity. That doesn't mean it actually doesn't continue on to infinity. It just means that there is no cap. There is no limit. So if I were to continue the process to add and add and add to the height of this cup, it will always have the potential to be taller, always have the potential to increase in its size. And so I think where Alex is going at is like, okay, let's talk about heaven. Heaven has a start, right? There's a start to heaven, and there's always the potential of it carrying on longer and longer and longer. The time at which we are in heaven can carry on for longer and longer and longer. Okay, so that's potential infinity. But I think his critique here is that if God is outside of time, then there's the ability for the infinity. I don't think I followed what he said. I'm going to go back. This is a heavy conversation, guys. We're going to get it. We're going to get this. Let's hear what he says.
Doesn't have a past.
So anticipating this reply, I was thinking about...
So he said, William Lane Craig said, it doesn't matter that if God is infinite, because he's not infinite, he's just outside of time. So this is his response.
The concept of the afterlife and how the reason why it's not problematic to say that the afterlife is infinite is because that seems to be a potential infinite, right? Because it it starts at a certain point and tends towards infinity, but there isn't already an existing kind of infinite set of days or something in heaven, in the afterlife. The problem I see is reconciling that with what you've just said, which is that God exists not kind of infinitely for an infinite amount of time, but outside of time itself. My understanding of the afterlife is...
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're saying. Okay, I get what he's saying. So, okay, we'll go back to the cup analogy. So let's say that instead of saying that this cup has infinite potential to be an infinite amount of heights, right? We can continue to make it taller and taller and taller and taller. It has the potential to always be taller than what it is. So it has a potential infinity, right? Now, let's say this cup was just infinitely tall already. Like as a set, as a thing, it just already is infinitely tall. Or let's say maybe it's not infinitely tall. Maybe it's just there's an infinite amount of measurements from here to here, right? So in that sense, it's an infinite set. So it's actually infinitely in terms of its measure of potential, not potential, but in terms of its measure of actual increments from unit here, 0 to unit here, whatever height this is, right? Is that kind of making sense? So if God, though, is outside of time, then what that means is he's not just potentially infinite, right? But he is actually infinite. Like as a being, he is infinite. And so that's the problem that he's pointing out. It's like, okay, it's not that God is potentially infinite. We can always potentially add on years or millennia to him or us, in heaven existing. There's always a potential amount of time that we can continue to add to our time in heaven in the new earth, right? What he's saying here is that, no, God's outside of time. So what that means is as a set, as a being, he is actually infinite, which doesn't make sense. It's not possible. So that runs into the same problem. Okay, I'm getting it.
Somehow being with God, right? And so if the afterlife is being with God in an infinite kind of way, doesn't that mean that the afterlife is a kind of actual infinite? Or is a kind of, rather than a potential infinite?
I think what it implies, Alex, rather, is that God is in time. The view that I defend...
Hold up. Okay. Alex's notion is what... Okay, I think I get it. So Alex's argument, basically, that God must be an actual infinite and thus is implausible, implies, it assumes that God is within time, which is the opposite of what William Lane Craig is saying. He's saying that God is outside of time. Okay.
And is a rather novel hybrid view, but I think it's the best view, and that is that when God creates time, he enters into time in virtue of his real causal relationship with temporal changing things, and in virtue of his knowledge of tensed facts, like what time it is now. So on the view I defend, God is timeless, sans creation, but in time from creation going forward on into the afterlife.
Sure, and it's important that you say sans creation rather than before creation, because that doesn't make much sense. It's like talking about before the Big Bang or something like that. As
that would be
who was it that said that that's like asking what's north of the North Pole, right? It's just it's a contradictory notion. But does that...
Okay, that's interesting. How can there ever be a moment, though, where God can enter time? You know what I mean? Because that doesn't really make sense. That just assumes that there's a time that God enters time. And then there's a moment. I guess I don't know. This is very confusing. But that seems to be my main issue. It's like that sort of assumes that there's this ability where God is outside of time, but then he sort of enters into time. That means that there's a time where God enters time, but if he's outside of time, like in a different dimension where there is no time, then how can he enter into it? I guess, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Imply that in order to accept all of the assumptions that you're making, or the arguments that you're making, I should say, that although the afterlife is a kind of being with God, it's not being with God in his kind of timeless state. You are still confined to time in the afterlife in some way. So there's still, how would we understand it? Is there still like a part of God that's outside of the afterlife?
No, I don't think so. I think God enters into time. He takes on a temporal mode of existence at the creation of the world. So that when God creates the first moment of time, he enters into time and thereafter has a temporal mode of existence. So I think God exists right now. I think that in the incarnation, God entered into human history in the person of Christ, and that in the afterlife, we will enjoy what the Bible calls everlasting life with God and with his son, Jesus Christ.
Which implies potential infinity, because everlasting is a kind of ongoing process. So
that's right.
Does that mean that when we say God is timeless, as I've heard you say a number of times, we kind of mean that he was timeless, a part of him is timeless, but now is a temporal being, something like that?
Yeah.
Well, here, it's so easy to be tricked by language.
Right. Yeah.
And I think what we have to say is that God is timeless sans creation and in time subsequent to creation. And that is a non-contradictory way of stating it.
Is that non-contradictory? Because the way I'm thinking of it is God sans creation is timeless. And so God kind of exists eternally as a timeless being, but somehow in the same breath exists as a temporal being as well. So is temporal and non-temporal?
There is no time.
Okay, so basically the idea is like without creation, right? Without the creation of anything, including time, God sort of exists. And then once creation is there, right? Then time exists and God is within time. God is bound by time. That's interesting. I guess my question then is like, when we think about prophecy, right? We see that there's like prophecies in the Bible. And if God sort of knows future time as to like beyond what is at the present, is that a feature of his timelessness prior to creation? Because how can he know about future events if he's bound within time? Like the linear trajectory of time, he is bound in that. So God is before creation, before anything exists, not before. Without creation, God without anything existing is outside of time because time doesn't exist. And then with creation, he's within time. So were the prophecies then things created like without creation? So prophecies are without reference to anything. That doesn't make any sense, because prophecies, in my opinion, like if I'm going to say like, hey, tomorrow I prophesy that you're, going to get up and you're going to brush your teeth, right? Let's say that's a prophecy. If that's the case, then I'm the entire notion of that prophecy, that thing where I'm saying in the future, this is going to happen, that is bound within creation. There's no such thing as me predicting a future event without things existing, without time existing, right? There's no way that there can be such a thing as prophecy without anything existing. And so how can God do prophecy if he's bound within time? Like, I don't see how that works. Like, God enters, I personally don't understand this. Hopefully they address this, but like, do you guys get what I mean? Like, if there's such a thing as I'm going to say, hey, tomorrow you're going to brush your teeth, and there's nothing you can do about it, I just know you're going to do that, right? Then I'm making that prophecy with the notion that there is such a thing as the external world. There is such a thing as you. There is such a thing as brushing your teeth. There is such a thing as the moment right now when I'm making the prophecy and the moment in the future when it will be fulfilled. All of those things have to exist. But if prophecy is sort of a prediction of the future, then it doesn't really make sense to say that, like that prophecy thing. Does God, so like, okay, I guess when God enters time, sorry guys, I'm like really trying to understand this. When God enters time, does that mean that he just sees the entire timeline of events? And so he's within it and he just sees it all? But that doesn't, how does he see it all if he's within time as it moves in its trajectory? I guess, what does he, my main question, what do you mean when you say God enters time, and how does something like prophecy work if sans creation, without creation, God is timeless, and then he enters into time? How, like, I can't make a prophecy about the future. It's just a guess. But to make a prophecy about the future, it sort of assumes that you sort of see future events. So are you saying that God sees future events and it's not his timelessness that sees the future events? Because if you're timeless, that means there's nothing. You like, everything's bound by time. And so you can't see future events in a timeless existence. And so once anything exists, that means that God is within that and can't see future events, or can now see events. I don't know. I'm confused. We'll see what he says. Sorry.
Sans creation, this is a timeless, spaceless existence, and time and space come into being at the moment of creation, which I would identify, for the sake of simplicity, with the Big Bang, with t equals 0, the first moment of time.
Sure. So when we talk about, so it doesn't make sense to talk about God creating the universe at a point in time, right?
Say again?
It doesn't make sense to talk about God creating the universe at a point in time.
Well, let me modify what I said. I shared with you my understanding, what I think is the best view. But there are certainly other theist philosophers who hold different views of God and time. For example, Richard Swinburne, Alan Paget, John Lucas hold to a view of God existing literally prior to creation, but in a sort of non-metric time. That is to say, a time in which you cannot distinguish successive intervals of duration, so that there is no point 1,000,000 years prior to the moment of creation. There is no point 1 hour before creation. There is this kind of amorphous time that is pre-creation time, but it's not metric. It doesn't have a metric to it that enables you to distinguish intervals of varying duration. So there is that view out there. That's not my own view, but I want to say there are a number of options open to theists. It's not as though the Kalam argument commits you to a certain view of God and time. Other theists would maintain that God is timeless, just simpliciter, that God never enters into time. I disagree with them, but there are theists who would hold to that, and that would be consistent with the Kalam argument as well.
Sure. The reason I think this is important is because I know it's not strictly the conclusion of the Kalam, or maybe you think it is, but I've heard you talk in the past about how once we identify that there's a cause to the universe, we can say that it's a personal cause, let's say, because of the fact, and I may be misunderstanding here, but my interpretation was that it has to kind of do something to create a universe, right? And if an infinite being creates a finite thing, that doesn't seem to make sense unless the infinite being can change its nature in some sense. But how can we understand this outside of the idea of time, right? Because when I first heard that kind of line of thought, I was thinking, well, are we saying that there's an infinitely existing being who, because at some point in time creates the universe, something must change, and therefore it must be a kind of conscious decision-making cause? Without time, I don't see how that jump can be made.
I wouldn't express it exactly the way you did, but I think that you're in the ballpark. The problem here is, how do you get a cause with a how do you get an effect with a beginning from a cause which is permanent?
Yes.
If the cause is truly sufficient for its effect, then if the cause is there permanently, the effect ought to be there permanently. How in the world do you have a permanent cause, but an effect that only begins to exist a finite time ago? And it seems to me that the best answer to that question is that the cause is a personal agent endowed with free will, because free will can initiate new effects without antecedent determining conditions. And so what I would say is that this timelessly existing free agent freely wills to create the universe, and therefore time comes into being at that moment, and this being enters into time at that moment.
So this is the problem.
Okay, that's very interesting. So I'll break that down in how I understand it to be. So I think where he's getting at is this notion of determinism, right? So determinism is the idea that everything that exists is the result of previous causes. So the way you think, the actions that you do, everything that happens, every behavior, everything that happens in the universe is the direct result of what caused it, what came before it. So in a sense, there's no free will, because the actions you are making are as free as the actions that a ball makes when it's dropped in the air toward the ground. It has no control over that. When you drop something, right, it just falls, and it's a cause, the action of dropping, and the effect, the drop and the hitting of the ground. None of that is in the control of any of the objects involved. And so basically, the notion of determinism is that everything is the result of previous causes. So if there is such a thing as free will, though, you can then say that there is the ability for something to not be the result of a previous cause, but in a sense for it to be the causer of its own self, right? And so he's saying that God is an agent with free will. It's not the result of what came before it, but rather it is the initial causer because it has free will. And so I guess that kind of makes sense to me, why you would say that God can sort of cause things to begin to exist, because he's not the result of previous effects, but instead is a cause, is an initial cause. And so if you're going to define free will as that way, then that's the only way that you can have a initial cause, is something that is an initial causer and not the result of previous effects, previous causes. Okay, I understand.
The problem I'm having is you say he wills the universe into being at that moment. But how can we make sense of a term like at that moment if this being is timeless? Yeah. Because as you say, if it's an infinite being, the question is if that cause is sufficient.
I don't know if I would, I mean, maybe he spoke out there slightly, but it's not that God is infinite. in this scenario, but that God is timeless. And then once time is created, he is then within time and potentially infinite. But it's not that as an attribute, God is infinite. It's that in William Lane Craig's view, it's that God is timeless, and then he creates, and with creation in existence, he is bound within time and potentially infinite, not actually infinite.
And infinite, then the effect should also be infinite, implying that there was no sufficiency up to a certain point. But how can you talk about points with no time?
This is a great question, and the question here you're raising is, which one is explanatorily prior? God's decision to create the world is simultaneous with the origin of the world. They're at the same moment, the first moment of time. So which is explanatorily prior? Is it the moment of time, and it is at that moment that God chooses? Or is it rather that God makes a free choice, and therefore that is the first moment of time? And I would say it's the latter. God's free choice is explanatorily prior to the existence of the first moment of time, because in the absence of some sort of an event, there would be no time. It would just be timelessness. You need...
Okay, so it is the initiation of free will, of choice, that is the initial cause. And so once God makes that decision, time, the universe, everything can sort of begin to exist. And then from there, it moves forward. So that's interesting. So Thomas says, how do you say a sentence like once time was created? It's nonsensical to discuss a time before time was created unless I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree. We are very limited by our language, and I don't know how much I buy this argument, but I think what he's basically saying is not that before time began, God existed and then created things. He's saying that sans time. And so basically without time. So without there being anything, God exists, and then things are created. It's not really a moment, because that's sort of the language that we use. We're restricted in our thinking to the concept of time. But it's like there's this sort of existence here where God is timeless, and then there's this existence over here where things exist and God is within time. And so what he's saying is it's not that God created time, but it's that sort of God is existing here, and at the same time, I'm restricted here, and also God is making choices, and thus through his free will creating or causing things to exist. Because as he defines free will, it's not the result of previous causes, but it is a agent able to make things happen through their own personal free choice, their own ability to create or cause things to happen, not based upon what came before, but just based upon the ability to create or cause things to happen. So God's existing here outside of time, but he's also existing within time and is causing things to happen within time. So it's not like a before or after, it's just both and. God is outside of time and inside time. And once things were created, that's where he started to operate within time. I think that's what he's saying. It's a bit confusing. I don't know if that made any sense at all, but that's my understanding of what he's getting across here.
Something to happen in order for time to exist. And what happens is that God freely chooses to create the universe. So it's all about explanatory priority here.
So the insufficiency of the cause before, let's say, if it's the wrong language, but before the universe exists, the insufficiency of the cause, which means that it hasn't existed yet, is prior in explanation rather than prior in time.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that what you call the insufficiency of the cause is due to the fact that the free will of this being has not chosen to create the universe. This being has not made such a decision. But the instant that such a decision is made, time comes into being. Indeed, the decision is explanatorily prior to the first instant of time.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, hold on. I don't think he meant to say that. Let me hear what he said here real quick.
Time comes into being. Indeed, the decision is explanatorily prior to the first instant of time.
That doesn't make any sense. I think what he means to say, because he said this slightly differently earlier, is that the decision is at the same moment as time existed. They sort of begin at the same time. So there is this notion of, I'm making a decision now and time now exists. It's like at the same moment, those two things occur. And then at that moment, as soon as the first decision is made, God enters into time and time also begins to exist. I think that's what he means. But he said here that it was prior. So that doesn't really make sense with what he was saying earlier. I don't know.
Yeah. When you say the free, it's because of the freedom of the being and the free being hasn't made the decision. It feels like that it's begging for the word yet to be on the end of that. It hasn't made the decision yet.
I know.
But it's like we're carefully avoiding that language because of the complications of time. But it seems like the explanation that you're giving, it feels to me like naturally it invokes a sense of time. I still don't quite see how it works without time.
Well, you just have to be very careful if you're going to be philosophically precise to use tenseless verbs in your sentences and not use temporal particles like before.
That's so true, dude. Whenever we're talking about time and timelessness and being outside of time, like none of that makes any sense because our entire linguistic style, like the structure of our language is bound within linguistic meanings of time, right? Like there's past tense, there's future tense, there's present tense. Everything is bound within time, like our language. And so how do you describe timelessness in a language that is entirely bound in time-bound linguistic structure? It's crazy. It's so crazy. I don't know. It's very difficult to wrap your head around. I see what he's saying, trying to say. I think they're not discussing causation in the way we think of temporal causation, more like causal order. Yes, I think. What do you mean by causal order? Because I think there's like a mode. My best understanding, and I don't know if this is what he's saying, but there's like a mode of timelessness and there's a mode of being bound within time. And so as soon as God makes a decision that is an expression of free will, is an expression of causation, which then has a series of moments, a series of effects that come from it, and thus time exists. And so there's a mode of God that is timeless and a mode of God that is within time. That seems to be my understanding of it. But you said causal order. So causal order, like the cause of a leaf being in the air, is the branch it's attached to. Causation outside of time. Like the cause of a leaf being in the air is the branch it's attached to. Interesting. Yes. So it's like moment by moment at the same moment. It's happening. Like the leaf is in the air because of the branch that's holding it. That's kind of what you're saying. So causation being outside of time is like the event is at the same time as the effect is at the same time as the cause. Maybe, I don't know. It's getting a little confusing here, but I think I get what you're saying. I don't know if I'm sufficiently explaining it well, but that was a cool example.
Or yet, and things of that sort. And I think that we can avoid those and make coherent statements. For example, I said, sans the universe, God exists timelessly. That's a tenseless verb. Sans the universe, God does not freely choose to create the universe. So I think that these statements can be correctly made if we just watch our tenses and our adverbs.
Sure. So I should say to the listeners, I'm going to leave resource.
I think they can be explained linguistically, right? When we drop the different linguistic tenses, but do they actually get explained in a way that makes sense? I don't think so. I still think there's a sense of like wanting behind the explanation, and maybe it's because I haven't dug into this as much. But to me, it seems like there's a sense of like wanting. It's like, okay, you're changing the language so it kind of fits what you're saying, but there isn't really a real explanation going on underneath. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. I don't know. The root cause of the leaf's position exists outside of time. One thing does not occur temporally prior to the other, but it does occur causally prior. Okay. I think I can get that. Do you believe that time is a dimension of reality along with space? I mean, I'm not a physicist, but a lot of people do think that it is the fourth dimension of reality. And then when we get to the quantum level, we then start to see other dimensions of reality beyond the fourth dimension. But there is an idea that the fourth dimension is time, and that's why we can't perceive things outside of three dimensions, because the fourth dimension is time. And so the space-time continuum can only be seen by us in the third dimension, but potentially there is the ability by another being, maybe God, to perceive it and not just be within it, but to perceive it as we perceive the third dimension, and as maybe a two-dimensional being wouldn't be able to see the three-dimensional sort of thing. So what do I think about that? I mean, I would agree with that. That means seems to make a lot of sense. But in terms of, is there actually a way that we can truly understand that as humans who are bound within three dimensions? No, I don't think so. But I would agree. I think there are other dimensions, and it's potentially the fact that the fourth dimension is time.
Courses and writings that Dr. Craig has made on these points, because there's no way you can get to the bottom of them in a podcast like this. But the reason that I wanted to kind of talk about this for a little bit was because of the fact that one of the objections that has been made, and I think I've made it in the past, is this idea that, yeah, the Kalam Cosmological Argument gets you a cause of the universe, right? But it doesn't get you something resembling a god. But here what we're doing is we're trying to...
Okay, so these are some of the resources. If you guys want to go to the video and click on the resources yourselves, I might go through some of them after the video. But this video is William Lane Craig and Cosmic Skeptic discuss Kalam Cosmological Argument. So you can just look that up, and then here are all the resources and the links below. So there you go.
To show that in order, if we kind of admit that there is a cause of the universe that's outside of the universe and is therefore timeless, eternal, infinite, whatever it may be, that it does in fact have to be personal. It does in fact have to have free will and some form of consciousness. And so the Kalam actually does imply a type of cause, not just a cause. I think that's... Yes. Does that make sense?
Well, it does to me. This is Al-Ghazali's argument for the personhood of the cause of the universe. This isn't original with me. It's in Al-Ghazali's work. And when I first read it, I thought, this is absolutely brilliant. This is the only way.
I just saw this comment. I think it's really, really interesting. So objects can travel in any direction of the three dimensions, which implies to me, given that time is the fourth dimension, a fifth dimensional object could move through time in either direction. I mean, actually, you would be talking about a fourth dimensional, because here's the interesting thing. We tend to think that since we're in three dimensions, we can perceive two dimensions and one dimension. But actually, we can't. We don't understand what actually living in a two-dimensional world would be like. And so if a fifth dimensional object was perceiving the fourth dimension, it would not be able to fully perceive it. It would be able to only perceive a fifth dimensional notion of the fourth dimension. It wouldn't be able to perceive the fourth dimension as it is. Just like we can't perceive the second dimension as it truly is. We can only perceive it as a representation within a three-dimensional world, right? So like right here, I have a piece of paper, right? This has three dimensions to it, right? We think of paper as two-dimensional because it's as thin as we can get, but it's actually three-dimensional. Like at the end of the day, it is. There's no notion of it actually being two-dimensional. And the lines, right? We think of the lines on this little paper, right? We think of those as one-dimensional, right? The line on the sheet of paper. But in reality, it's not, because we're perceiving a three-dimensional presentation of a single-dimensional thing. Just like you can look up videos and see fourth-dimensional objects that kind of maneuver in a weird way and don't really make sense. So, sorry, that was a long tangent, but basically the idea would be the only thing that could perceive the fourth dimension as it truly is a fourth dimensional object. We already know how to travel along the temporal dimension, speed. Very fast things travel very slowly through time, while very slow things travel quickly. Also, we don't perceive things in three dimensions. We perceive things in a series of two-dimensional snapshots. Oh, that's interesting. I guess maybe visually we do, but like in terms of objects, we don't, like I'm holding this and I perceive all like in terms of my touch, I'm touching three dimensions here. It's not two-dimensional. So I don't know if I'd agree with that. I might be wrong on that, but I don't know if I agree with that. Perceiving only two dimensions in a three-dimensional space would be so weird. A sphere traveling along the z-axis through time would look like a dot becoming a circle, becoming a dot over time. Yeah, no, that's a really good example. Yeah, no, the Discworld analogy. It's so wild. It's absolutely insane. This stuff is so cool to dig into. So it's amazing.
That you can get a temporal effect with a beginning from a permanent cause. It's if you've got an agent endowed with freedom of the will who can choose to do something without antecedent determining conditions. And since that time, Alex, I've enunciated two other arguments for the
Okay, this just came to mind. So if God is omniscient, does that mean that his omniscience allows him to understand the qualia? So the conscious experience of anything, right? So if God is omniscient, he would then theoretically know what it would be like as a conscious two-dimensional being, or a conscious one-dimensional being, or a conscious three-dimensional being, or a conscious four-dimensional being, right? He would just know what that experience is like, or he would know the qualia of what it's like to drink Diet Coke, or to smell the air of the ocean, of seawater. That's interesting. Would God not just know things like knowledge, but he would know the qualia of things as well? That's an interesting question. I think probably. I don't know. A hypersphere traveling through a three-dimensional space looks like a sphere growing larger and then smaller again. So cool. Yeah, no, it is. It is really cool.
Personhood of the creator, one from Richard Swinburne, based upon the distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations, and then another based upon the causal power of the cause of the universe. An unembodied mind is the best candidate for a timeless, spaceless, immaterial cause of the universe. So I've got three arguments, all leading to the same conclusion, that the cause of the universe is a personal, unembodied mind, which is very close to a theistic concept.
Sure. So what we've kind of covered then, and those points, again, I'll leave resources down below for people to explore. I don't want to spend too much time on the same point or same objection. What we've shown here is that there's philosophical reason, at least, to think that the universe began to exist. That's the second premise. And there's philosophical reason to think that if the conclusion does hold, that the cause is a personal cause that's probably best described as God. So I want to discuss the first premise, because a lot of the time in the literature, as far as I can see, people think that this is the kind of obvious one. It's the kind of, well, come on, of course, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Now, that's not to say there isn't argumentation behind it, but it seems like people are just far more willing to accept it as intuitively true. Have you found the same thing?
Well, actually, Alex, that's what I think. When I first enunciated the Kalam Cosmological Argument, to me, the first premise is a no-brainer.
Right.
I thought anybody who is intellectually honest will agree to the first premise. And so I have been amazed, frankly, at the number of non-theists who are willing to admit that the universe began to exist. I think they're impressed with the scientific evidence for the beginning of the universe, and therefore bite the bullet and say the universe came into being uncaused from nothing. And to me, that is just a compromise of one's intellectual integrity, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be clear, if a person accepts the second premise, that the universe began to exist. And that includes, a lot of people will want to say, well, the Big Bang wasn't the beginning of everything, but whatever was before the Big Bang would just be part of the universe as we're talking about it.
Right, of course.
If we accept that premise, then the listener needs to bear in mind that the only way to deny the conclusion is to, as you say, bite the bullet and say that something at least that begins to exist doesn't have a cause. Yeah.
And this fact drove a lot of the resistance to Big Bang cosmology during the 20th century.
Right.
People like Fred Hoyle, the proponent of the steady state model, was very explicit that it is metaphysically absurd what the Big Bang theory says, that the universe came into being without a cause at some point in the past. He said, this is impossible. There's got to be something before it. And so he adopted or propounded his steady state theory. And we've had oscillating theories, vacuum fluctuation theories, all sorts of alternatives to try to avoid that beginning, because I think quite rightly these theorists see that if the universe truly began to exist, it would be a metaphysical absurdity to say it just came into existence uncaused.
An interesting piece of trivia, Fred Hoyle is, of course, the man who coined the Big Bang theory, but he did so pejoratively. He was on a radio show and he said, well, this Big Bang theory, and he was making fun of it, and that's where we get the name from. But let's talk about this. So on your website, Reasonable Faith, because I do my research, I found you gave 3 justifications.
Okay, so before we get into that a little bit, so Thomas said that some Christians say no. This is to the idea of like God having understanding qualia through his omniscience, but rather that he gets that through his incarnation, through becoming human. Some Christians say no, which is why he sent Jesus down to earth, because he could not understand the reality of being human, suffering, loving, etc., without becoming, a human. I think that's interesting point, and that's something I was thinking about earlier. I haven't presented this on any video because I don't think I've done enough research on it, but I was thinking about this to myself a little bit because I think that notion might be problematic, because let's talk about the Garden of Gethsemane, right? In the Garden of Gethsemane, right before Jesus is crucified, he's there, he starts sweating blood, and he's kind of very anxious. And internally, he's feeling like he doesn't want to go get crucified, even though that is the will of God, right? And so there seems to be a conflict. And what does Jesus say? He says, Father, if you would take this cup away from me, I ask that you do. And God does not answer that prayer. And Jesus says, despite my will, thy will be done, which shows that there's a conflict in wills, that Jesus has a different will than the Father in that moment. There's the will of the human Jesus, and there's the will of the Father. Now, if there's a conflict in wills, that's problematic, because then that would mean that God conflicts with himself, but he's of one essence. He's of one accord. The Trinity is three different persons, but they are one in essence. And so how can they disagree with each other? There shouldn't be able to be a disagreement. And so what a lot of theologians say is that the human side of Jesus, not God the Son, but Jesus incarnated, was able to feel tempted and everything because that aspect of him is not within the essence of God's being, right? And so, in a sense, that part of Jesus is not the divine aspect. It's the human aspect. He's truly God and truly human while on earth, but the aspect that contradicted the Father, that was an aspect that was human and not an aspect that was the divine essence. Okay, so if all of the qualia, the parts that God can empathize truly with humanity are only because of the incarnation, right? If that's what you're saying, and at the same time, there's that conflict that seems that exists, then either you're saying that God can contradict himself, which is problematic, or you're saying that you're saying that God can contradict himself, or that qualia that he can only have an understanding of because of the incarnation is not actually something he carries back with him when he enters to really just be divine, right? When the Son leaves earth and goes up into heaven and is just the divine and no longer has that human incarnation to him anymore, then all of those qualia, those empathizing is no longer there. It's just the human side that is no longer there, and it's just the divine side that only exists. And so in a sense, God does not empathize with us because those are separated. So I think omniscience might be able to allow that to happen, so you don't have to come across that issue. But that was something I was thinking about. It's like, okay, if there is this idea of conflict and God can't conflict with himself, that means that the human aspect that God adopts is not part of the divine essence. And so when Jesus raises from the dead, he does not carry that back with him. And so in a sense, the divine empathy that can be had through the incarnation no longer exists with God. But if you're to say that it exists anyway because of his omniscience, then I would agree. I think that that's possible. Sorry, you guys were messaging. What are you saying here? I've always thought that being outside of time would look at organisms as essentially a series of... Oh, no, you said that earlier. Causality seems like a way of describing directionality along a timeline. But if time is a dimension, then something outside of it would not perceive it as a necessary order, but rather just all things. So causality as a concept only feels like a sticking point because we don't perceive the fourth dimension from outside of it. Yeah, that's very true. And also because we don't perceive the fourth dimension outside of the third dimension's perception of the fourth, our language and our culture, everything about who we are and what we do cannot be extracted from that. So there's no real way to actually talk about it. I 100% think it's problematic just putting that view out there. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Yeah. And honestly, I haven't fully thought through that. I was just something the other day I was like thinking through. I was like, this doesn't quite make sense. So there might actually be a good rebuttal to that. I just haven't seen anything. So, I'll be looking into that a little bit more, but it's a very interesting thought. It's like God empathizes with us. How can he do that if it's not innate to his omniscience?
for this first
Yes.
premise, reminding the listeners the first premise is everything that begins to exist has a cause. Now, the three justifications you give with a bit of explanation, but just the first line is firstly that something cannot come from nothing. Secondly, that if something can come from nothing, then it is inexplicable why just anything and everything doesn't come into existence from nothing or come into being from nothing. And the third point is, and I quote, common experience and scientific evidence confirm the truth of premise one. What kind of common experience are you talking about when you say that?
Everyday experience, scientific experience. We always look for causes of events. That's the whole project of science. And we never come across things coming into being uncaused. Now, immediately people will think about quantum indeterminacy, that there seem to be events that on at least the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics are uncaused. But two things here need to be said. The argument is very carefully worded. It does not say every event has a cause. It says everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Right.
So the argument is quite consistent with quantum indeterminacy and there being uncaused events. What it says is that there can't be things, substances, that come into being without a cause. And then the second thing that I would say is that the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum indeterminacy is by no means the only or the most plausible interpretation of quantum mechanics. There are at least 10 different physical interpretations of the equations of quantum mechanics, and some of these are as fully deterministic as non-quantum theory, so that it.
Okay, so that got pretty into a lot of jargon, but basically this has the notion to do with quantum mechanics, right? And the interesting thing about quantum mechanics is a quantum-sized object, particle. I mean, we say particle, but it's really a field. A quantum field is not able to be measured in terms of its speed or its motion and the position of it is at the same time. So we can't know where a quantum field is located and the rate at which it is moving at the same time. So just like this cup, I can sort of measure this cup because it's larger than a quantum field. I can measure precisely where it is at and how quickly it is moving, right? But a quantum field, since it is not like a singular particle, but more of a wave, when we zoom in, we can sort of precisely figure out where it's located, but we have no idea at the rate, the wave frequency at which it is moving. But then when we zoom out, we can figure out the frequency, but we have no idea where it's located. So that's kind of the notion. And so it is indeterminate, meaning it doesn't have a deterministic cause and effect, but in a sense, it's unpredictable. We can't know those two factors at the same time. And so we can't predict what it's going to do. And so it's indeterminate. That's kind of the notion, the idea that he's getting at. We also know through the double slit experiment that a photon can act as both a wave and a particle. And it's really just based upon whether or not it is being tested in the moment. So if it's being tested, it's going to show up as a particle. If it's not tested, then it shows up as a wave. And so that's another sense of indeterminacy at the quantum level. So because of that, basically what he's saying is that proof that that not everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? Is that evidence in favor of that? It's not, because the quantum particles already exist. It's just that we don't understand their behavior. We don't understand what is causing them to do certain things. It might be that it does have a cause that we just don't know, but it seems like it is acting randomly. It doesn't seem like it is acting due to a prior cause. And so, yes, it does. The actions, the behavior of quantum fields does not have a cause, but it already exists. So that's why it's phrased as everything that begins to exist has a cause. Because yes, there's indeterminacy at the quantum level, but the behaviors of quantum fields are results of the quantum fields already exist. And so the indeterminacy of their actions are not a problem, because it's everything that begins to exist as a cause, not everything that exists has causes for its behavior. I hope that made sense.
It's not a proven counterexample in any case.
Yes, which is something, again, listeners should bear in mind. I do hear a lot of people want to reference quantum physics, which is famously not very well understood. So we've got to be careful when we try to do that kind of thing. But I did.
Yeah, I have a friend who says that the quantum mechanics is sort of the trump card that a lot of people like to play. They don't understand it, but they just say, well, if quantum mechanics can be like that, then any absurdity can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. That's a very good point. And I'm not a physicist. I'm not a quantum physicist or anything. I had to look into this a little bit from a free will debate that I reviewed. But by all means, look into this yourself a little bit and have some humility about it, because it's very confusing stuff. So 100%, I would agree with that notion.
It just shows really a lack of understanding of the theory.
Now, it's not to say that there aren't very well thought out arguments related to quantum physics in relation to the discussion we're having, but you are right that a lot of the time you do hear it from people who are, as you say, using it as a trump card. I've experienced that myself, but there was an inconsistency that I found, which I was struggling with, or an apparent inconsistency when I was reading your points on the Kalam.
Okay.
And it's on this point, right? Because on the one hand, you say, if things can come into existence without a cause, then why wouldn't it be happening all the time, right? Why wouldn't a horse or an Eskimo village, as you say, just pop into existence out of nothing, right? Why don't we observe that? Now, holding that in mind, in the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, you are talking about this quantum idea that quantum mechanics gives us evidence of something coming from nothing, essentially. And your response to that is to say this. You say, popularizers touting such theories as getting something from nothing, that is quantum mechanics, apparently do not understand that the vacuum is not nothing, but a sea of fluctuating energy endowed with a rich structure and subject to physical laws. Such models do not, therefore, involve a true origination ex nihilo. Okay? So help me out here. You say that quantum mechanics isn't an example of something coming from nothing because it doesn't come from nothing. But then you say, well, if something could come from nothing, why wouldn't a horse pop into being? Well, my thought is that if we did observe a horse popping into being in my living room, that similarly wouldn't be out of nothing, right? Because my living room isn't nothing.
Oh, all right. Now, here we're talking about whether there's an efficient cause for that. Remember, Aristotle distinguished between several different kinds of causes: efficient, material, formal, and so forth. And when I talk about whatever begins to exist has a cause.
So first time on your channel, what's your position on free will? So yeah, and it's cool that you wrote up from the perspective of a compatibilist. I am a compatibilist. That's at least where I would incline myself to be. I know a lot of people who are strict determinists or indeterminists would argue that doesn't really make sense. It's really just a semantic thing. I don't think it's really just a semantic thing. I think that's where people get mistaken a little bit. It is at the base of it is about definition, but I also think it's a practical thing. So it's not just a semantic thing, but it's a practical thing where we can sort of take ownership over action and understand that action can be understood as our own. Even though we don't have control over it, we can still say it was me making that action. So I lean compatibilist, obviously. So but I think there are pretty good arguments. I think a lot of people will kind of laugh at the notion of libertarian free will if they've looked into determinism or compatibilism. And I don't think that's very healthy. I think there are, for instance, some limited versions of libertarian free will that make sense. One of the philosophical arguments that you'll often hear is the idea that everything happens because you either want it to or you're forced to, right? So if you want something to happen, whatever you want is what will happen, right? But within a want, there are several different decisions, right? And I think that's where libertarian free will could potentially exist. And a decision can be causally made from the agent within that want. So you can have, for instance, in a chess game, you want to win the game. That's your desire. And so every decision you make is going to be in accordance with that want. But there are several different decisions you can make in accordance with that desire. And those decisions could potentially be libertarian free will decisions. I don't think they actually are. I think the decisions you make within a desire are still going to be caused by previous learning, exposure, things of that sort. But it's interesting, and I think it's an open question that allows for debate. And I'm open to libertarian free will. I don't think it's ridiculous, but and so if it existed, it would exist in that sort of limited sense. But I would lean compatibilist for practical reasons. I think incompatibilists are putting too much emphasis on decision being some sort of special thing independent from my biology and experiences, though I don't pretend to know. That's fair. I never understood the compatibilist position. Always seemed like saying a puppet is free if it loves the string that moves it. If all choices are truly illusory, how can anyone be free? Yeah, I mean, that's where I think it's important for us to have the idea of ownership over decisions, right? And the reason I say that is because I think there's more sense of a compatibilist free will when we reflect upon a decision and we think things through and then make a decision, rather than instinctively make a decision. In both cases, we're controlled by prior causes. And so, yes, there's no libertarian sense of free will, but there is a sense of autonomy when our prior conditioning allows us to think through, process, and make a decision based upon wrestling through it, right? And so, yeah, I don't think there is there's not like a literal difference, but I think there is a practical sense of, hey, let's take ownership over our decisions so that we actually wrestle with things and make better decisions, right? It's similar to how you might teach someone who is, in jail, right? You might give them a job skill, right? They don't have a choice on the previous decisions that allowed them to get into prison, right? But the conditioning, the learning, the teaching that they can have and the job skills that they can gain while in prison, that can condition them to have better decisions and to make better choices in the future. So when we have a compatibilist notion of free will, I think it causes us to make better decisions in that sense. Does that kind of make sense? So I think practically it's a better way of framing it. Medell, what's his name? Adrian Medell? I might be wrong on that. He's a philosophy of mind person, and he has talked about several different studies that when you tell someone they don't have free will, it actually causes them to make decisions that are more risky for themselves and to not care as much about the decisions that they're making. And so that's kind of why I think compatibilism is important, because it allows us to sort of help people take ownership over the decisions they make. Sure, they don't have any other way of making those decisions, but it allows them to make those decisions in a way where they feel like they're in control and they're not going to be as risky. I think it's impossible in the reality we find ourselves in, so I can't give a meaningful example. It's even more muddied because of our flawed sense of self. The best analogy might be a billiard ball freeing itself from the laws of cause and effect and choosing to move on its own volition. Again, no good correlation to reality. Yeah, I mean, I think a billiard ball. So a billiard ball is only going to move based upon how the stick hits it, right? The pool stick. But the pool stick can hit it straight on. It can hit it in a curved angle, right? All of those things. And so we are not just effects, but we are also causes of other things. And so in the same way, I am the billiard ball, but I am also the pool stick. And so if I think of things in terms of a compatibilist view, then the effects that I cause are going to be, as a result, potentially better because I have the practice of thinking about things in a compatibilist view. So that's kind of how I think of it. I don't know if that made sense. Yeah, it is more of a useful function than a metaphysical reality. That's true. And the reason I think it's important is because philosophy, metaphysics, are really only truly known when practiced. So yeah, I think it's good to think about these things, but I think when we practice them, the way we think about them is important because the way we think about them is going to cause how we behave. So that's why I think it's important. But yeah, no, that's my views. That's my opinion.
I'm thinking of efficient causes. There needs to be something that brings it into being. I don't think it has to have a material cause, but there does need to be at least an efficient cause that brings it into being. Now, with respect to quantum mechanics, the point there is that certain popularizers of modern science, like Lawrence Krauss, love to say that in quantum mechanics you have theories by which the universe comes into being out of nothing. And in fact, that's just not the case. You have a physical state of affairs, which is either a quantum vacuum, a field of fluctuating energy, or these are quantum physical fields described by physical laws. And these physical states of affairs can reconfigure themselves so as to produce particles or the universe. And so there definitely are causes in this case for the universe or the particles coming into being.
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, his book, A Universe from Nothing, is a fantastic overview of cosmological science, but I hear this a lot of the time too. People say, well, you talk about something coming from nothing, but nothing isn't really nothing. And if that's the case, then we're not talking about the same thing here. No. I agree with you on that point.
Have you read the review in the New York Review of Books of Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing?
I'm sure I did.
David Albert, the philosopher of quantum physics, David Albert, wrote a review of Krauss's book, and it just is excoriating for the sloppiness of Krauss's use of the term nothing.
I have read that review. I think I read it in preparation to talk to Lawrence Krauss, who I know follows me on Twitter, so I'll be careful what I say about him here and how much I agree with you on the sloppiness of his work. But yeah, it's worth bearing in mind that we're talking about two different things here, right? When a philosopher is talking about nothing, they mean, as Aristotle said, what rocks dream of. They mean nothing, right? And so if there's some kind of quantum soup or something, then that is not actually nothing. But
yeah, here's how I like to put it, Alex. Nothing, the word nothing, even though it's a pronoun, it's not a referring term.
Right.
It's not a singular term. It's a universal quantifier. It's a negative quantifier. It means not anything.
Yes.
So if I say I had nothing for lunch, that is saying I did not have anything for lunch.
Because if you don't make that careful distinction and you think of nothing as something that can be spoken about, you can make arguments like
this is a very interesting idea. So like the idea of nothing is not a thing, it's the absence of thing. And so nothing in a sense is similar to the idea of like a hole, right? So you might say that this cup, I keep using the cup as an analogy. It's great. I have a cup here. It has a hole at the top, right? And I fill the hole with water, right? But a hole is not a thing. It's the absence of the cup in a certain area within the cup. So that's the idea here is nothing is not something that we can actually talk about. It's nothing. And similar to how we have notions of a whole, or we have notions of a wave, right? Like in the water, the waves of a water is not really a thing. It's a characteristic of something that exists, or the lack of thereof. So that's kind of what it is and why it's confusing.
A.C. Grayling's History of Philosophy, he puts forward the argument, nothing is brighter than the sun, a candle is brighter than nothing, therefore a candle is brighter than the sun, right? But clearly, the point being raised here is that when we talk about nothing, we have to be clear that, as you say, we're talking about a kind of existential qualifier. We're saying no thing, not the existence of nothing.
Universal quantifier, yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, which shows, again, the importance of philosophy of language in dealing with even scientific issues.
Yeah, but on that point of equivocating terms where perhaps they shouldn't be, I'm intrigued because a lot of the time people will say, now I'm not sure if this is an argument you would make, but this is what my article was on, my essay was on, about the begging the question of the Kalam. Now, some people have said, now when you refer to common experience, I thought you might have meant something like, anytime we see something beginning to exist, it appears to have a cause. That's a common experience that a lot of people will refer to. They say, look, you can never have something that begins to exist, me beginning to exist, a chair beginning to exist that doesn't have a cause. But of course, the important point here for me was that the kind of beginning to exist we need to talk about in order for the Kalam to hold, in order to get our conclusion, is beginning to exist from nothing, surely. Whereas a chair doesn't begin to exist from nothing. A chair begins to exist from pre-existing material. And yes, although it makes sense to say the chair exists now and didn't exist an hour ago, what we really mean is that the material that the chair is made out of has rearranged itself, or been rearranged in such a way that we now arbitrarily give it the label of a chair, but nothing has actually begun to exist.
Oh, Alex, I think that's just well, as you say, that's
mereological nihilism right there.
Included in my list of arguments so bad I couldn't.
Indeed.
Just think of your own self. You began to exist. It is absurd to think that you existed before your father's sperm and mother's egg united in conception for you to begin to exist.
This is a very interesting topic. You guys are talking about Anat, I believe, in the chat as well, which gets into they're now talking about the sense of self, and I think there's a lot of very interesting factors here. So, like for instance, if you were to say cut off your arm, would you still be you? Okay, you would probably say yes. Okay. What if you cut off both your legs and your arm? Would you still be you? Yes. And you can continue to ask that question, cutting off a bit after a bit. If I took away your memory, would you still be you? You might be tempted to say, no, then I don't think you are. But is someone with Alzheimer's who's starting to forget things, someone with dementia starting to forget things, are they then not themselves anymore? And I think it starts to get to this idea that the sense of self is semantic. It's a category that we say in order to define something. So like a cup, the particles that make up this cup already existed prior to when this cup was made. And so there's nothing that was created. There was only an arrangement of particles to create something for a certain function. And it's the function that exists. It's not the new object, because this is only perceivable and understandable as a material thing within our brains. We construct things and categorize things. And I think we do the same thing with people. We categorize people. The DNA, right, that you have that makes up who you are and produces who you are, it all existed prior to you. You know, it just existed separate from each other. And it was combined in the process of conception. And then it was encoded and created through the process of development within the womb up until today. And so the sense of who you are is really a category. People say you are this, right? When we think of identity, we attach it so much to the characteristics and the habits, the behaviors of the person, the accomplishments, the personality, all of those things make up who you are. And yet when those things change or alter, right? When you lose weight, right? Let's say you go on a losing of weight journey, you change. When you have a new perspective and you take on a new way of being and you start behaving differently, you change. And yet we still consider yet you, because it's this continual process of point A to point B, which is conception to death. And yet all of the particles, all of the things that make up who you are were already there prior to conception, and they will continue to be around after your death. It's just the sense of self is attached to the semantic claiming of you are so-and-so, right? That's why a name is so important. So this is where mereological nihilism might potentially lead you into thinking that there is no sense of self as well. So this is different than a not, but it is another way of getting to this idea that there is no sense of self in any real sense. I'm scrambling my head at the distinction from self being emergent and that, but I will have to read about it more. Oh, okay. So this is from the other comments. I'll have to read through your comments a little bit later. You guys are putting in some cool stuff in there, so I appreciate it. Let's get back to the video.
You didn't exist during the Jurassic period. You didn't exist during the era of galaxy formation. You began to exist about 18 years ago in this conception event. And so don't think that beginning to exist is something that is subverted by its having a material cause. I explicate what it means to begin to exist by saying X begins to exist at T if X exists at T, and T is the first time at which X exists.
Yep.
And that is fulfilled for the chair and yourself and other things that begin to exist. And the point is that when we look at the things that begin to exist, we have a tremendous inductive argument that everything that begins to exist, so defined, has a cause. It's hard to think of an inductive generalization that could be more strongly supported than that.
Well, this is where we have to be careful about language to make sure the point gets across. As glad as I am that it's meaningful to say that I wasn't around to witness my parents' conception, I think that when we say it's kind of absurd, yes, that you know I existed in the Jurassic period or something, what I'm being careful to say here is that everything that I'm made of existed at that time.
Yeah, right. Fair enough.
And so when we talk about beginning to exist in the sense of the common experience in order to justify premise one, we're talking about beginning to exist conceptually, beginning to exist as an arrangement, something like this, right? We're not talking about actual matter becoming instantiated or something like that.
Well, I don't think that it's necessarily just a matter of arrangement. I mean, take fundamental particles, for example, like electrons or quarks. Mm-hmm. They're not arrangements of anything because.
So that's very interesting. Alex more recently had a conversation with Bernardo Kasparov, and he proposes this notion of non-dual idealism, which is, you might have heard of panpsychism. It's different to panpsychism in that panpsychism is the notion that everything at the quantum level, the elementary particles of the universe are just consciousness. Like that's what they are. And so that's how we have this idea of consciousness emerging from particles sort of combining themselves in a specific way. It's not that they combine themselves in a certain way and consciousness arises. That is what panpsychism believes, but that consciousness is within the elementary particles like electrons or quarks. But that idea of elementary particles is actually not precise. Scientifically, the quantum level is not a particle, it's a field. It's like it's a wave, right? And so there is no notion of it being a physical sort of dot, but it's this sort of wave. And so the reason why that's significant is because there's intersection between quantum fields. And so Bernardo Kasparov, instead of being a panpsychist, he proposes non-dual idealism, which is the idea that everything that exists is sort of one thing, and that anything we kind of perceive as a separate thing is kind of like a wave in the ocean. The wave in the ocean is a part of the ocean, and it's not actually a thing. It's not like we can take out the wave of the flowing of the wave of an ocean and take it out and say that's a thing, but rather it's an expression of the greater thing, which is the ocean. And so anything like I keep using the cup, like anything like a cup or this microphone is a expression or an expression of the quantum field. And the quantum field is all sort of connected. And so that's how everything can be sort of connected in this sense. And he defines the quantum field, so the culmination of everything, as the mind. And so everything is connected and is defined as a mind. And so because of that, that's why we have consciousness. Consciousness is not sort of particles that have individual separate consciousness, but rather that everything in the quantum field is conscious in some sense. And that there's something unique, though, that arises due to evolution. There becomes this illusion of separate selves or separate consciousnesses. And he would define them as real because he defines something illusory as a thing. Right. And so he would define that as real, but only real in an illusory sense. Like it exists. So you do exist as a entity. Your ego is a thing, but it is still, if we really want to unwrap it, it's still an illusion, but it is an illusion, but you have to account for illusion. So as an illusion, it is separate. So that's kind of the notion of non-dual idealism. There's a lot of different perspectives here, but I think that's why we can sort of say that there is no such thing as anything except for everything. The only thing that exists is the culmination of everything, and everything else is just sort of like a wave in the ocean. It's not a thing; it's just an expression of everything. Basically. Gotta head out to play D&D, but subscribe to the channel. Good stuff. Cool channel. Look forward to seeing more of your streams. Perfect. Yeah, I stream every Thursday night, 7:30, reacting to every single Alex O'Connor video in hopes that he'll come onto my channel. So yeah, great to have you here. Thanks for being here. And have fun playing D&D. D&D is great. All right, let's continue with the video.
They are fundamental particles. You're raising an issue here as to whether or not there are composite objects, things that are arrangements of simples that are themselves not arrangements of anything. And there are certainly these sorts of fundamental particles. But more to the point, Alex, would be that the definition I gave of begins to exist, namely x begins to exist at t, if x exists at t and t is the first time at which x exists, it's irrelevant whether or not x is a fundamental thing that is not an arrangement of prior materials or whether it is. Now, either one of those fulfills that definition.
Perhaps I can explain why I'm having trouble with this as pertains to something like a chair, which is that it seems to me that designating when that point t is an arbitrary measure that we make subjectively, right? If you have a collection of wood, and you kind of begin forming it into a chair, you could say, well, look, it's not a chair right now. Maybe if I bend this little bit like this and hammering that, right, now it's a chair. It seems like to say this is the point t at which the chair now exists is an arbitrary subjective notion.
God damn it. God damn it. This is literally... the way I'm thinking about this in terms of the sense of self, this could be sort of an argument in terms of your opinion for abortion, right? So is it okay to kill the fetus if it has all of the genetic code at conception at the point at which it's a zygote? Well, if there is no sense of self and it's kind of fuzzy to define when the person truly exists and starts, that's very interesting because, we can say that about a chair. It's not problematic. But then when we start saying that about a human fetus, that is where it might get kind of fishy and fuzzy. But it's interesting. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that? That's kind of a very politically charged way of thinking, but it's what came to my mind. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. That seems like it might be an argument in this discourse. I don't know.
That we've kind of placed upon an object. It's not actually intrinsic to the object itself.
Well, I do think that that's a good point. I would say an even better example would be a building, like a skyscraper. When does that actually begin to exist? But there are plenty of things that aren't like that, like yourself. I think it's very clear when you began to exist. And even with respect to the chair or the building, we don't need to specify time t as an instant. Time t can be any interval of time. It could be 1970, for example. This building began to exist in 1970. If the building existed in 1970, and 1970 was the first time at which it existed. So don't think that the time at which something begins to exist needs to be too finely specified, because as you say, there will be some vagueness as to when it actually begins.
But at the same time...
Now, with regard to the universe, though, this is all academic, because there is a very precise time at which the universe begins to exist.
Well, I'm trying to move towards a distinction between the universe beginning to exist and things like chairs beginning to exist, and in order to show why perhaps they don't support each other. Let's say, you have a skyscraper and you don't know particularly what time it begins to exist, but you could say that it's a period of time instead. Still, it seems that the notion of beginning to exist, as we're talking about it as pertains to chairs and skyscrapers, is not an attribute of the thing, but an attribute of us. It's an attribute of the people observing it and giving it a label.
Yes, Thomas said, Alex has mentioned that sort of thought as an argument against mereological nihilism. It seems true that your mind is separate from my mind. Therefore, these groups are actually different objects. Basically, some groups of matter can actually result in real, definite objects. Yeah, that is a good point, and that's the interaction problem, I believe, is what he refers to that as opposed to like the hard problem of consciousness. So that makes sense. But then, how do you explain something like an ego death when you take I can't think of the right word. Like psychiatric drugs, like when what is the word I'm looking for? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about, like LSD and PCP, like when you take, and shrooms, like when you take these kind of drugs, it doesn't restrict your brain, but it opens up brain activity that was already there, and it leaves you with a loss of sensing of yourself. Now, I've never actually experienced anything like that, so I'm speaking out of ignorance, but really just about how people have expressed themselves through this sort of experience. So psychedelics, oh my God, thank you so much. You know, sometimes you just can't think on the off the spot, but I appreciate that. So I'd be curious, because I know that Alex has done psychedelics, so I would be curious to see if he still thinks there is an interaction problem when there is such a thing as sort of opening up the brain, and that experience of a sense of self, the ego, seems to be non-existent anymore. So is that potentially evidence in favor of non-dual idealism, or is that evidence in favor of something else? I'd be curious. And what does it exactly mean when he says an ego death through psychedelics? Because I think people might mean slightly different things each time. I don't really know. So I'm speaking out of ignorance here. So take whatever I say with a grain of salt, but it's a very interesting thing. And I think it is a valid point. The interaction problem is a very valid point.
The fact that a piece of wood becomes a chair is not something so much true of the wood, but as it is true of us, because nothing about the actual material really changes in such a way that's meaningful, except as we decide that it's meaningful.
Boy, I think that's a kind of anti-realist view of reality that I would have grave reservations about, that the chair is some kind of a mental construct that you make. That certainly wouldn't apply in any case to fundamental particles or things that we don't think about. I mean, for example, there was a time at which Tyrannosaurus rex began to exist. And if you go back far enough, there were no Tyrannosaurus rex prior to that. And this has nothing to do with my conceiving of it, or...
Well, I mean, so this is actually quite a helpful example, talking about species. So take the species of Homo sapiens, right? I mean, it seems to me clearly that although it makes sense to say that, there was a point at which human beings existed and a point, say, 50,000 years before that where human beings didn't exist. Right. But clearly the coming into existence of this species Homo sapiens is something that we have put upon it.
Okay, now granted, when I said Tyrannosaurus rex, I was thinking of a dinosaur, a flesh and blood organism. Mm-hmm. I wasn't thinking of a species. Okay. And similarly with Homo sapiens, I agree with you. It isn't clear at all what is to be classed as Homo sapiens. They're all kind of hominids that it's very difficult to classify. Yeah. But nevertheless, if you go back in time far enough, for example, 1 million BC, there weren't any human beings around at that point. Mm-hmm. Human beings began to exist sometime later, and that's an objective fact that has nothing to do with our conceptions.
Well, allow me to try putting the same statement you just made in different words. You said human beings began to exist. What if I said something like, because we both agreed a moment ago that the matter that makes up human beings already existed, even if the human beings didn't. What if I said something like, the matter which exists arranged itself in such a way that we would label Homo sapiens, right? That seems to me the same thing as saying that the Homo sapiens began to exist.
Well, if we would label it correctly, but that there is an objective fact here. It doesn't begin to exist in virtue of our labeling it. The reason we label it as a Homo sapiens or as a human being is because you have an organism that is recognizably human. It's not reptilian. It's not amphibian. This is a hominin that is endowed with certain kinds of mental and behavioral capacities that we would count as human. And the beginning.
So, yes, I think I follow where he's going, but I also follow where Alex is going, because it's this like gradual process that eventually results in a certain number of checklist categories that we made, right? We made the categories. We made the checklist of a homonym is someone with 5 fingers and with a disposable thumb, and they have eyes that function and can only read certain frequencies of light. They grow to a certain level of height. They are as short as this and as tall as this, right? They have a variety of different behaviors. They're bipedal. They stand on 2 feet. We have these categories that define a homonym, but these categories were gradual in their appearance over a long series of time. So it wasn't like there was a non-homonym that gave birth to a homonym. I think it was like something close to a homonym gave birth to something else closer to a homonym, gave something else closer to a homonym, and so on, until eventually it was like, this thing seems more homonym than not homonym, so we're going to arbitrarily make the cut here and say this was a homonym and this wasn't, even though it's kind of still arbitrary in that sense. So it's a gradual process that we make into strict cuts. So the strict definitions and cutting of the gradual process is us. That is us. And it's not just a linguistic thing, it's a perception thing. Our evolutionary biology has sort of evolved to allow us to see things as separate things, right? I see this book here, Shakespeare's collection, as a separate book than the Bible next to it, then the Iliad and Odyssey, then F. Scott Fitzgerald stories. I see all those as separate books, but that is potentially an illusory thing that I can only perceive in that specific way because of the way that my eyes perceive things, because of the way that I feel things, right? These are all restricted to my subjective, qualitative experience. It very well could be that none of those are separate in any sense, but it is because of the evolutionary process that I perceive them as separate, and that later I started linguistically naming them as separate because it's helpful for my survival. I think that's kind of where Alex is leading. So I don't know if that sort of made sense, but that's kind of how I'm understanding what Alex is saying. So yes, we can look back and see that there are separate species and separate blood, fossils, all of those things for these different animals. But at the end of the day, those categories and those, even the perception of them being separate is entirely perceived through our subjective experience.
Of existence of that thing is explored by paleontologists and paleoanthropologists just wholly independently of us.
I think I've hit on our disagreement then, which seems to be that you would say that we call a Homo sapien a new object that begins to exist, a new thing, because it begins to exist. Whereas I would say that conceptually it begins to exist because we've decided to call it a Homo sapiens. It's kind of the reverse, yeah. Right? I think that's the disagreement we're having.
Yeah, well, this gets into this question again that I mentioned, whether or not you think there are really composite objects or not. And however you come down on that, there are going to be certain entities that are not composite objects, like fundamental particles, like electrons and quarks and so forth. And I would say persons, like yourself. And these provide clear-cut examples of things that exist that are not just arrangements of prior matter and therefore don't have any objective reality.
Well, okay, so the reason why I wanted to make this argument is to try and get across.
I mean, it makes sense that he would argue that because he's operating with a dualistic sense of material, right? There's the supernatural as well as the natural, the soul and the physical body for a human being. And so it makes sense why he would say that, because the physical particles, the physical material that makes up who you are existed prior to your beginning, before your conception. The thing that's unique, though, is the soul that began to exist, and the specific way that your material was put together, that began to exist in a specific moment. So that's how they can be that's how the sense of self can be separate, because there is such a thing as a soul that began to exist in some sense. So I can see why he would say that. And I think William Lane Craig is of the opinion that there's souls in animals too, and other living organisms, but they're not of the same sort of value. They're not endowed with the same, image of God as humans are. So that would make sense why he would defend against mereological nihilism in this sense, because of the dualistic nature of material.
Across the point that I feel that the only thing that, if anything, has meaningfully begun to exist, the only thing that would fulfill that criterion would be the universe itself, because everything within the universe that begins to exist in a conceptual sense only, is the argument that I was trying to make. But clearly you disagree with that.
Yes, right.
I suppose...
And I think, you're talking here about a view that is, and I hate to get technical, it's called mereological nihilism.
Yeah,
that is to say that there are no composite objects.
Essentially, yes.
But even mereological nihilists recognize that there are fundamental particles that are not composites. They're not aggregates of things. And some, like Peter Van Inwagen, would say that living things, like horses and humans and persons, are also not just aggregates of material, because they are alive and therefore have a kind of unity to their being that goes beyond being merely an aggregate of material things. So,
that's very interesting. As I mentioned earlier, with non-dual idealism, Bernardo Kasparov would argue that it's not fundamental particles. That's language that we use to help us understand the quantum field, but it's not individual quantum particles, but rather quantum waves. And the quantum waves interact and intertwine with each other. So there's no really separating them, but we separate them in order to try and understand everything around us. So that would be an argument against kind of what he's saying. It's not that it all condenses down into fundamental particles, but it condenses down into these elementary quantum fields that don't really have true separation from one another. So in that sense, there is a way to sort of build up from there and say everything is an expression of everything. It's just like a wave in the ocean. And the sense of self does exist as an illusory thing, but it exists as a thing because illusions are still things that have to be accounted for. That's at least my understanding of his position. And I think it's an interesting one that I've been trying to put on for a bit. So that's one kind of argument against what William Lane Craig's saying here. You don't have to think of elementary particles as individual particles. In fact, the more precise language is to think of them as the quantum field.
So I think the person who's going to take the line of mereological nihilism, well, it's worse than mereological nihilism. I mean, he has to say that there are no fundamental objects.
Well, I'm not sure that's the case. For instance, if we accept that fundamental particles exist, and what we mean by fundamental particles are...
I love how this whole conversation resulted from the Kalam Cosmological Argument, which is anything that began to exist has a cause. And now we're talking about mereological nihilism. We're talking about the sense of self. We're not like, whoa, it's crazy how it just spirals into like all these different topics. They're all interconnected, baby. They're all interconnected.
Are simply things that can't be broken down any further. And so what we mean when we say beginning to exist is a rearrangement of fundamental particles in such a way that it kind of that it gives rise to arbitrary labeling as a new object, right? So that's the kind of view that I would take. Not that there aren't composite things, but that everything that begins to exist is just an arrangement of composite things.
All right, that's not you mean arrangement of fundamental things?
Yes. Well, if you break it down far enough, yes.
Symbols. Right. Yes, okay, and that would be a consistent view. It's a very radical view, one that I wouldn't hold. I can't see any good reason to be a mereological nihilist. But in any case, I don't think that would subvert the argument for the universe beginning to exist.
Right.
Because in that case, you can rephrase the argument, not such that the universe began to exist, but you can say all fundamental particles began to exist.
Sure, but then do you see how that just completely undermines the idea of the common sense experience of things beginning to exist? Because although it may make philosophical sense to talk about fundamental particles beginning to exist, we wouldn't be able to say something like we've observed it happening.
Oh, no, I think that's not right, Alex. What it requires is a modification of the second premise, not the first. The first premise, that whatever begins to exist has a cause, would remain intact. It's just that on the mereological nihilist view, very, very few things begin to exist because they don't exist. There are no people. There are no horses. There are no skyscrapers. There are no chairs. But if you reformulate the second premise so that it states not the universe began to exist, but all the fundamental particles began to exist, you get the same conclusion.
Okay, so perhaps I can explain why, because you say it's at least a consistent worldview. Let me try and explain why I thought this would beg the question when it came to the Kalam, was because if we accept the view that everything that begins to exist as we observe it in the world, let's say, is not actually beginning to exist in the meaningful sense. It's just a rearrangement of pre-existing matter. And ultimately, the furthest you can break it down is to fundamental particles, but those existed since the beginning of the universe. Meaning that, in other words, in the meaningful sense, the only thing that began to exist was the universe, right? Now the reason this is a problem is because to beg the question is to accept the first premise only by virtue of already having granted the conclusion. Now, if the first premise is everything that begins to exist has a cause, but the only thing that truly begins to exist in the sense we want to talk about is the universe, then the first premise just becomes the universe has a cause, which is identical to the conclusion.
No, it just means that the universe would be the only instant.
Okay. Let me think about this. So if everything that begins to exist has a cause, that's the first premise. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. But if the only thing that began to exist is the universe, then what you're saying is the universe began to exist and it has a cause. So that's basically what you're saying. The universe began to exist and it has a cause. The universe began to exist. That's kind of what he's saying here, is the universe began to exist and has a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. So it's just a repeat of premise 1. So in a sense, it's begging the question in that nature. Okay, I'm following.
Instance of that first premise, that I want your listeners to understand how radical the view is that you're expressing here. It's not just that things don't begin to exist. It's rather that these things don't exist at all. There are no such things as chairs and planets and people and skyscrapers. None of these things actually exist, and that's why they don't begin to exist. The only thing that begins to exist would be these fundamental particles. And so this is I mean, you can take that line if you want, but it's really
Right.
a radical view. Because I know that I exist. I think Descartes is quite right about that. If there's one thing I can't doubt, it's that I exist. And I began to exist. So I think this is not, this is sort of like an academic way to try to escape the argument, but it's not a plausible solution for the person who really is looking for truth.
The two observations I'd make is potentially first to say that,
I mean, I would refute that last point. Just because it's academic doesn't mean it's not a way of finding truth. Like, what? Academics are just academics by definition are deep ways of finding truth. Like, what? What are you talking about? Did I misunderstand what he said? Because that didn't really make any sense. Just because it's academic, that doesn't mean it's not part of the truth-seeking process. In fact, by definition, I think academics are about trying to find truth and being precise about how we understand things to be ontologically. That statement made no sense.
that on the Cartesian view, yes, you can know you exist, but I'm not sure you could therefore know that you began to exist, but just on the Cartesian view.
Fair enough.
But and secondly, and kind of important here is that you say that by denying that things begin to exist, I deny that things exist. I would rather frame it as saying something like the limits of an object, and for people who are listening, what I mean by that are the boundaries of the thing that make it that thing as opposed to something else, right? The definitional boundary that you put around that thing is not a property of the thing, but a property of us in a way, right? So it does exist conceptually. So I can make sense of.
It's a property of the observer, maybe. So like my notion that this is a microphone is not a property of it. It is not a microphone in and of itself, but it's a microphone as an extension of my observation of it as a thing.
Saying, here is a book. But what I'm saying is that my calling this a book and my saying that this has boundaries such that this is a book and this other thing over here is not that book is a product of my mind, right? But it's like it does conceptually exist. However, the actual boundary itself is an arbitrary one.
It's a mind dependent reality. That's why I said this is a sort of anti-realism that I extremely implausible. You're saying that you construct reality by imagining these boundaries, but these are not mind-independent realities. If there were no people...
Yeah, so Thomas says, he's trying to say that mereological nihilism is not a real viewpoint. Instead, it's an academic cop-out in order to refute the Kalam. Yeah, I mean, I get that point, and I think a lot of people also use, they will say, to refute teleological arguments, they will basically say that there's such a thing as the multiverse, right? And so it's not just that there's the universe with all of its specific qualities that are so precise and it's very impossible to even perceive that it's by chance that we exist, that the properties of the universe exist in such a way that life can exist. It's not that, but it's that there's a multiverse. And so there's an infinite, there's so many universes that the probability is likely that there would be chance for one of these universes to have life, right? I'm over explaining this, sorry. But they would also say that that's a cop-out, even though I believe there is just evidence that people have observed in physics for the multiverse. So I know it's not like they're making up the argument in order to refute teleology. And I think in the same way, I don't think mereological nihilism was made up in order to refute the Kalam cosmological argument. I guess that gets into the history of it, right? But even if the history of it is as a counterpoint against the Kalam, does that automatically mean it's wrong? That's another point of contention. I don't think that's true. I don't think you can just say it's wrong because it was made up with the motivation of trying to refute an argument. Panpsychism gets that critique a lot also. Nobody would come to that conclusion if not for the hard problem of consciousness. Yeah, that's true. So in a sense, it's like ad hoc because you're sort of making up a solution without evidence to propagate the solution. But I think mereological nihilism is not really that way. There's actual philosophical evidence for it, right? It's not just a idea that comes about, but it's like, well, tell me when this cup actually began to exist. You can't, because it's a process that happened over an extended period of time. And all of the matter that we call this cup always has existed as long as we can know. And so mereological nihilism just makes sense as it has evidence to back it up. So it's not ad hoc in that sense. I guess I get where he's getting at now, though. So thank you for clearing that up. But I don't think it falls under that ad hoc sort of notion.
There would be no books and planets and galaxies and stars.
Right. Yeah, it's a strange line of thought. I would say that calling it something like anti-realism might be misleading because of the fact that I wouldn't say that nothing exists independent of the mind, right? I'm not saying that things existing or rather, existence is a product of the mind. What I'm saying is that categorizing that which exists into independent objects is a product of the mind, right?
Right, except for fundamental
particles, which themselves began at the beginning of the universe. Now,
those would be the only mind-independent realities on this mereological nihilist view, that we just conceptually set boundaries to things, and so
they might be mind-independent, or they might just be mind. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a lot of evidence in favor of that, but it's an interesting thought.
Construct the world of objects around us.
Yeah, I think one thing I've learned is how radical the view is that I hold, because I think you're probably right in the implications, and I hadn't considered them to the fullest extent before, that if I'm going to say something like things only begin to exist as a rearrangement of pre-existing matter, and the beginning to exist is an arbitrary metric we put on it, that the only thing that exists definitionally as an independent object, mind independently, are fundamental particles, and everything else that exists as kind of individually discernible objects are mind dependent, which is a really interesting radical implication of my view that I'll give some thought, and for my listeners I'll try and write an explication on that view.
So if you do take that view, the sort of mereological nihilism, then you're right. We wouldn't have any inductive examples of things that begin to exist.
Right.
The first premise would still be true, that whatever begins to exist has a cause, but we wouldn't have any examples of things that begin to exist other than these fundamental particles. We still got all of those to deal with, and that's fine, but you wouldn't be able to, as you say, appeal to your common experience on this view.
Yeah, so this is why...
So that's a fair point.
And this is why I thought it begged the question, was because, and I guess the implications are more radical now that I think about it, but the reasoning I was thinking of was, well, if the only thing that ever really began to exist was the universe, then, as you say, that the first premise, although it doesn't become the conclusion, it means that the only thing which begins to exist is the universe. So when we say everything that begins to exist has a cause, the only example we can think of is the universe. And so by saying the first premise, you're essentially believing that because you believe the universe has a cause.
No, now there I think that's a mistake, Alex.
Okay.
I have actually reformulated the Kalam Cosmological Argument to make it more modest by rephrasing the first premise in the following way. If the universe began to exist, then the universe has a cause. Second premise, the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. So that statement of the argument would be fully in line with mereological nihilism. If the universe began to exist, then the universe has a cause. Or If the fundamental particles began to exist, then they have a cause.
Yeah, no, that I like that. That's a good rephrasing. Makes a lot of sense. It then actually follows.
Et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah.
it would just mean that it's not begging the question. It would just mean that you couldn't use the sort of inductive argument that I appealed to.
Quite right. As you point out in your series about objections and about the objection of circularity in particular, you say, well, arguments don't beg the question, people beg the question, right?
Yeah.
And so I would agree with you that if you reformulate the Kalam, or even if you keep it in the original form but use a different justification, you're not begging the question. My essay was just trying to make the point that if you justify it in that inductive manner, it seems to me that you're begging the question.
Well, I'll agree with you that the inductive argument wouldn't work if you have this kind of mereological nihilism. And then I would fall back on the two metaphysical arguments, which for me are the most important, as opposed to the inductive argument.
So the kind of other justification that you might give, and the one that I found really interesting, was saying if things can come into existence out of nothing, that is, if you deny the first premise, then why doesn't it happen all the time, right? Why don't things begin to exist out of nothing all the time? Now, my first thought was to say, how do we know that they don't, right? Because to come into being out of nothing would surely imply coming into existence not within the universe, because everything in the universe is not nothing, as we've said. And so to come into being out of nothing, it would have to somehow come into being outside of the universe, and therefore we wouldn't observe it. So maybe it is happening all the time, but we wouldn't be able to observe it by definition.
Yeah. Here, I think you're...
Wow, that's pretty meta. Wow. Oh my God. That's pretty meta right there. I don't know. That makes sense to me. It's almost like God could potentially be something that began to exist because sans the universe, God was outside of the universe and thus outside of time and everything. And so potentially he began to exist in that sense. And so he might be one of those things. I don't know. We'll see what Craig says.
Making the same mistake that we talked about earlier when you spoke of the horse coming into being in the living room.
Yeah.
Thinking that therefore it's not out of nothing. And what I explained there was that I'm saying without an efficient cause. That's what I mean by out of nothing. So if things could come into being without an efficient cause, it seems inexplicable why things aren't just popping into existence all.
Whoa, that's interesting. So would that mean that William Lane Craig is a determinist? Because nothing can begin to exist without an efficient cause, and you don't see things beginning to exist. So would that mean he's a determinist? Hold up, let me go back here real quick.
Cause. That's what I mean. That I'm saying without an efficient cause. That's what I mean.
What does he mean by efficient cause? That might be a philosophical term. I'm not sure. I'll keep playing. I'm going to look that up.
Out of nothing. So if things could come into being without an efficient cause, it seems inexplicable why things aren't just popping into existence all around us, things of different sorts, because they don't need efficient causes to bring them into being. This was an argument that A.N. Pryor developed, and I found it just completely convincing.
Okay, so efficient cause refers to the agent or force responsible for bringing something into existence. It answers the question, who or what made it? For example, the efficient cause of a table is the carpenter who constructs it. Okay, so that makes sense. So he does believe in libertarian free will because efficient causes could be individual agents in this perspective, in this view. So that makes sense. So he's not saying that He's basically saying that the only things that have free will are conscious beings, potentially humans and God alone. Maybe he thinks animals too. I'm not sure. But efficient cause, basically the thing that made something.
So let me how can I put this? A horse. How about an argument like this? Now, I've heard what I think might be this kind of line of argumentation from you before, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. So, if someone were to say something like, and it seems absurd on the surface, but if they said something like, well, what if it's the case that universes are the only thing which can come into being out of nothing, right? A horse can't come into being out of nothing, but there's something about the universe, and we already know that the universe is a special kind of something compared to everything within the universe. It seems to kind of have we need to think about it in a different way.
Yeah.
Could we not say something like, well, maybe things do come into being all the time, except the only thing that can come into being out of nothing is a universe, and therefore we wouldn't be able to observe it?
I mean, I would say that's ad hoc right there, because you would have to have evidence to back that up, right? You can say that, but it's ad hoc, right? It's like, here's a solution to a problem we don't understand. I'm not going to give you evidence in favor of it, but here's a solution. And yeah, it's possible. It's a possibility, but by no means should I accept that because it's a solution. The Kalam Cosmological Argument is a different solution, so they're on level playing field. Now, I guess maybe it's something you can bring up to say, hey, there's other possibilities here. And so then you have to dig into which one seems to be more likely, which one seems to be more probable, which is why inductive arguments are interesting. But yeah.
As Ann Pryor said, prior to its existence, the universe doesn't exist so as to constrain what can come into being or not. So you can't say that only things of a certain kind can come into being without efficient causes, because without their causes, there just isn't anything to constrain it. So I don't think that you can say that only certain kinds of things can come into being without efficient causes.
Yeah, now the argument that I didn't want to put it in your mouth was one that I've heard elsewhere of people would say the argument that the reason you can't say that only universes can come into being out of nothing is because nothing doesn't have any properties, and so therefore can't have a kind of preference for universes over other things.
Yeah.
My response to that was to say, what if the necessity of it being a universe is not a property of the nothing, but a property of the thing? And let me explain myself. For example, if we human beings create a circle, it has to be round, right? We can't create a square circle.
Right.
But that's not due to a property of us. That's due to a property of the circle, right?
Yeah.
So in the same way, although nothing has no properties and so can't...
Well, technically, it is a property of the mind that you intuit onto a thing that is the circle. So it's actually not a property of the circle, and it's not a property of you, but it's a property of your mind that intuits what a circle is by defining it that way. To be a little bit more precise. But I mean, that's to get on to what he was referring to with mereological nihilism.
Prefer universes. What if it can only... What if only universes can come from nothing because of a property of the universe, not because of a property of nothing?
Right. That is exactly what you would have to say, because as you say, properties only inhere in existing things. Beings have properties, not non-being. So you'd have to say it's an inherent property of the universe that it can spring into existence without a cause. And I just can't make sense of that.
Which sounds absurd.
Something that doesn't exist.
I mean, yeah, it feels, honestly, I would get why a Christian would be like, come on, man. Like, yeah, that seems like you're just pulling something out of your ass in order to answer the question. It's fair. It's fair. It's possible, but yeah, it's probably unlikely. I don't know. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible, man.
Come into existence without a cause because it has a property after it comes into existence.
Yeah,
I mean,
it sounds strange, but the reason why I think it's useful to think in those terms, or at least of the possibility of it happening, is because specifically the objection that why don't things pop into existence all the time? I suppose what I'm trying to do is make at least a far-fetched case. I'm trying to show at least a possibility that things could come into existence out of nothing, and yet by definition, we'd be incapable of witnessing it. So maybe things do come into existence out of nothing all the time, but because these are only universes, we'll never be able to observe it, we'll never be able to see it.
Let me commend you for your method, Alex, because by pushing these questions, what you help the atheist to see is the intellectual price tag of his atheism. And I think that's very valuable. One of the goals of the Christian...
What a compliment. The intellectual price tag of being an atheist. Wow. That was well said, honestly. Well said. I love the rhetoric here. It's beautiful.
Apologist will be to try to raise the intellectual price tag of non-belief. And if... non-belief or non-theism requires me to be a mereological nihilist, to think that things have an intrinsic property, that they can come into being, that other things don't have. This is all raising the intellectual price tag of non-belief.
Well, okay. I want to say that the mereological nihilism, those things, they're not like just ad hoc solutions to a problem. They are things backed up by philosophical evidence. Whereas the notion that like a universe is by definition something that can come into existence from nothing, or fundamental particles thereby, that is a notion that is ad hoc. So I would consider that to be intellectual price tag in how he's talking. There seems to be a double meaning, though, to intellectual price tag, I think. There's the idea that, okay, this is very ad hoc. It's possible, but by no means is there actual evidence to back this up, right? So that's one aspect of the intellectual price tag that he's referring to. But the other aspect is there's a sense in which we lose meaning and purpose, and there's like a depression. Practical depression that one can potentially get because of adopting these mindsets or these worldviews. But by no means does that mean that they're ridiculous, that they're nonsensical, that, they're ad hoc. Like that seems to be a separate thing. So there's double meaning here to when he's saying intellectual price tag. And I want to point that out because I think people just listening to this are going to hear that and they're going to say, oh yeah, anything that's sort of like sounds bad or depressing is obviously something I need to reject because that's a crazy intellectual price tag for believing this. No. I think intellectual price tag refers more to the ad hoc nature of something rather than the potential practical negative outcomes for believing something.
For me, at least, Alex, just way beyond what I'm willing to pay. And so that's helpful that you're doing this.
That is a really, really interesting way of thinking about apologetics. And the argument that we're having is kind of like, what's the better deal here, right? Because both worldviews seem at least consistent, but you've got to ask yourself, how much you're willing to sacrifice of your intuitions, how much you're willing to sacrifice of the beliefs that you think are true in order to hold to those conclusions. And the key point is taking the justifications that we're giving and showing what they lead to, right? Because a lot of people consider, well, this argument may allow this to be the case, but they don't think that if you accept that justification, it can also lead over here, and you don't want that, right? And so I think this discussion has demonstrated that every time you think of a justification for a point you're trying to raise, you have to consider the implications of that justification and the other areas of philosophy it causes you to...
Absolutely.
That's a very good point, because I think with any philosophical idea or concept, there's going to be implications that are problematic or unintuitive that just don't really make sense. So I don't think this is just a problem for the atheist. I think there's a lot of unintuitive ideas when you think about a timeless being. Like, what the hell does that mean? There's no way I can even wrap my head around such a thing, right? So sure, it can be possible, but there's so many like mysterious factors involved with something like that. So I think that that's an important point. Is I don't think it's unique to atheism, whereas William Lane Craig is positing that it is. But I don't think it's unique to atheism. I think this is unique to pretty much any philosophical worldview you have. It's going to have implications that are going to be unintuitive to some extent. I think his point is intended to shake up the conception of atheist objectivity. Many atheists like to think they're more in touch with reality, and William Lane Craig wants to show that it still requires faith. That's true. Okay, that's also a very good point. I think there is a sense of faith behind pretty much every worldview. There's a sense of having to sort of shut down your own understanding of things and allow there to be some sense of mystery. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Very good point. I like that.
Sacrifice. That's a really, really fascinating way of thinking about it. And I think it's a great place to end this conversation.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me on today. This has been an unexpectedly rich and thought-provoking conversation, and I've really enjoyed it.
That's really wonderful to hear, because I remember kind of wanting to have you on, and I didn't tell anybody that this will be released without my followers knowing before it happened. But if I did tell them, they'd probably be saying, go and debate him, go and show him what's what. And it's like, I would never dream of trying to do that with someone of your caliber, of your caliber. So I just wanted to kind of ask questions. So I'm glad to hear that it's kind of led to this kind of conversation, especially it's gone in directions I didn't think it would go in. But it has been fascinating, and I think that it's definitely going to lead for some follow-up points that I want to make. So anybody listening to this, there's a good chance I'll do some kind of video or some kind of essay on some of the points that we've covered, because there's just so many things flowing out of so many implications flowing out of what we've spoken about. But as I say, listeners, just I hope that you found this to be useful. I hope that it's good to listen to a conversation about something like the Kalam that isn't in a debate format, because it may be the case that you've never done so before. And I hope this is of use. Do leave comments if you have any kind of reactions to the stuff we've been talking about. It's always good to keep the conversation going.
I think these kind of videos, in my opinion, they're probably not as popular. I mean, this video it's actually pretty good. It has 687,000 views. So for Alex, that's not bad. That's pretty decent. It's probably about average, for him, maybe a little bit below average. But I think the benefit that you get from listening to a conversation like this is so much higher than you do from a debate, because a debate, there's walls, there's defense, there's I need to be right. Whereas a conversation where someone's like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Oh, actually, that makes sense. Oh, I didn't realize that about my own position. It allows for like actual free thinking and free expression and free ability to change your mind and consider things. A debate is closed and you're walled off to really defend your perspective and allow the audience to make a decision for themselves. Whereas this, you're just open to explore, and it's like a journey, or you're going on a journey of intellectual exploration. And I love that. I think these conversations are so much more rewarding than the debate style conversations. So especially with philosophy, when it comes to more like history and other like intellectual topics, nothing like philosophy seems to work in this way. I think philosophy and logic work out in this way a lot better than a lot of other intellectual topics. So yeah, I'll finish out the video and then I'll leave my comment.
I want to remind you,
and if you want to add something to the comment I'm going to leave on the video, let me know. If something stuck out to you during the video and you're like, hey, leave that in the comment, let me know and I'll do it.
that everything that I do on this channel is supported by you on patreon.com/cosmic skeptic. So if you like this kind of conversation, please do consider becoming a supporter. But Dr. Craig, thank you again for coming on. It's been a real pleasure to have you here.
My pleasure.
Okay, so as always, I've been Alex O'Connor with the Cosmic Skeptic podcast, and today I've been in conversation with Dr. William Lane Craig.
That is episode or video number 164. Boom. We did it, guys. Way to go. And now together we have watched 35 videos through these live streams. So I've watched 164 videos and we have watched 35 altogether. Let's leave our comment. I'm going to copy this guy. Shabam. Oh, I didn't even look at the bingo card. Hold up. Oh, if you don't know what I'm talking about, while we watch these, I go through a bingo sheet, and I just got so caught up in the conversation. I go through this little bingo sheet. You can join along with your own bingo sheet. In the description below, there's a link. You just say, it says like, let's play bingo. You click the link and then you'll get your own thing and you'll be able to sort of fill it out as we go. I'm going to try to remember which one of these they went over. They definitely went over consciousness. We talked a little bit about ego. So if you have ego, you can go ahead and do that. Oxford, no. Charlie Problem, no. Altar Boy, if P then Q. Did they do if P then Q? I don't think so. Socrates, emotivism. Jesus didn't claim to be God. Atheists have the etymology. Quantum physics was brought up. New atheism was brought up. Oh my God. If he says, good morning, everyone, I get a fucking bingo. Let's go. That'll be the first bingo, guys. It's crazy. That'll actually be the first bingo in 17 podcast or live streams. I'm getting tired here. Sorry. Yeah. So that's it. If he says, good morning, everyone, we get a bingo. I'm so excited. And feel free if there was something in there that you're like, I think this was mentioned. Let me know in the comments below. All right. Let's get back to it. I'm going to copy this. And now we will go over here. Thomas says, I think his point is intended. Oh, no, that was your previous comment. Sorry. Thought I saw a new comment. All right. Hold on. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'll read my comment. If there's anything else you want to add to this, let me know. I said, hey, Alex, this is Jackson from the Truth and Tradition podcast. I'm on a mission to watch every one of your videos and leave a comment on each of them. Love this conversation. Meteorological nihilism is a crazy perspective. Like all philosophical perspectives, I think there is going to be a sense in which it conflicts with our intuition. This is not a flaw of the position, but rather evidence that we are limited by the evolutionary traits granted to us. Any philosophy, when interrogated enough, will result in something that goes against our intuitions. In essence, it is not that the intellectual price tag for believing something. In essence, it's not the intellectual. That's what I need to say. It's not the intellectual price tag for believing something that's problematic. It's our limited intuitions that are. Cool. I think Craig kind of dodged the begging the question critique. Still seems valid to me. The only thing that actually comes into existence is the universe, so it still seems circular. I think so. I think his rephrasing, though, of it makes a little bit more sense, because he's not saying the universe began to exist and has a cause. The universe began to exist, thus the universe has a cause. That's not what he's saying. He phrased it differently to, if the universe began to exist, it has a cause. The universe has a beginning, thus the universe has a cause. So then it actually is correct reasoning, because it's not this is the same as this. It's this category is containing within it this other category, and that category just is true as a second premise. Thus, that statement, the initial premise is true, right? So that syllogism would make sense as a syllogism. So I don't think it's circular reasoning. It would have been with his initial presentation of the argument, but philosophically, the representation of the syllogism, I think it does add up. It does make sense. Okay. Cool. Yeah, if you guys think of anything else that you want to add to the comment, let me know. I think I'm going to do one more video. It's getting late here, but we'll do one more. We'll do a shorter one. Let's see. We're getting there, though. We're like halfway through in terms of his like career on YouTube. So that's pretty cool. Because, I mean, look at the beginning here. These videos, well, these ones were more like 12 years ago. But his first like one on religion was 9 years ago. So he's been doing the YouTube channel as it is 9 years. And now we're at about 5 years ago. So we're about halfway through in terms of timeline. I think we're slightly less than half in terms of the amount of videos he's done because, you know, the last 2 years he's done a lot of videos compared to his first like 7 years. So that has to be counted and made into consideration. But okay, so that's an hour long. I think this is probably the best one out of the next few. Okay. Do we want to do Cosmic Skeptic debunks, so he debunks himself, or how to read more books? I'll leave it up to you guys in the chat. Let's put out a little poll. And these ones will be a little bit shorter, so probably be just another like 40 minutes or so. How to read more books. What the? No. Okay. There we go. The poll is out there. Which video should we watch next? Go and vote. Cosmic Skeptic debunked, so him debunking himself, or how to read more books. Those will be the options for the next two videos. I mean, both sound pretty interesting to me. The one about reading more books practically makes more sense. I am such a slow reader, dude. It's insane. But I think him debunking himself is a fun topic. I love that he does that. He didn't just do it here. He does it in a later video too. And I think it's healthy, you know, because it shows that you are changing as a person, which means that you are actually thinking through these things and yeah, using that line of thinking. Yeah, rewatching that part. I think it is probably something to rewatch. I remember watching this, like the last video with William Lane Craig. I remember watching that like years ago. I don't know if it was when it came out or maybe a few years after that. I don't remember, but I remember watching that and just my mind being blown by it. But there were so many things that I just totally forgot about. Like a lot of the stuff at the beginning, the light analogy that he gave to describe the difference between potential infinity and actual infinity. I'd totally forgotten about that. And that was a very, good analogy. But yeah, I think it is definitely interesting to re-listen to some of these because something will pop out one time you listen to it, and the next time you listen to it, something else will pop out. So yeah. So far, it looks like Cosmic Skeptic debunking himself is winning. If you want to vote for what video we're doing next, these are the videos. It is Cosmic Skeptic debunks himself and how to read more books. So whichever one you want to listen to react to next, vote in the poll in the chat below. Vote in the poll. I know some people like to listen and just fall asleep to this. So if you're snoozing, time to wake up. No, it's fine. You can keep sleeping. That's totally chill. Totally chill. I'll give it just one more minute, and if I don't get any more votes, I think I'll just go with Cosmic Skeptic debunking himself. Like I said, though, I think that's a really good and healthy thing, is to reevaluate yourself, and that's another thing that gets into the idea of like not having a sense of self. You know, like, are you the same you as you were like 3 years ago? Think about how much you've changed as a person in like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Like when you were a child, you're not the same person as you were then. You're a very different person now. And I think you can argue that you're not even the same person at all. People will say, though, that like all of the material, like the physical material that makes you up, over the time of your life, it all gets replaced, sort of like Ship of Theseus style. I don't think that's actually true. There are certain parts of your body that are consistent throughout your entire life, like what do you call that? The center of your eye. What is that called again? The part that dilates. I'm blanking on what it's called, but that part of your eye is consistent. It doesn't actually change at all from when you were born all the way to when you die. So there are, I know that's one. There might be other ones, but that is one example of something that doesn't physically change in terms of its in terms of being replaced by new material. Pupil, thank you. Thomas, you're hooking me up today. First psychedelics, now pupils. I'll forget my own name by the end of this thing, dude. Oh, man. All right, I think I'm going to end the poll there. We're going to do Cosmic Skeptic debunks himself. Bada bing, bada boom. Perfect. Here we go. Oh, I need to transfer over. Here we go.
Hey guys, it's Alex, and just to let you know, the kind people at the r/vegan subreddit reached out to me, and I'll be doing an Ask Me Anything there for about 2 hours on the 8th of July. The link is in the description if you have any burning questions. While I'm at it, it turns out too that I have a subreddit as well, r/Cosmic Skeptic. I don't run it, but I think it would be cool to maybe go over some of the submissions in future videos and review its content and things like that. So go and check it out and subscribe over there, and thanks to the people who set that up. Also, in order to make more animal rights related content and to reach a younger audience, I opened, don't judge me, a TikTok account. You can find me at...
Oh, TikTok. That's crazy. Look at this. The intro counter. Isn't that crazy? Our attention spans are so bad that we need things like this. We need little sound effects. We need little changes in voices and all of that in order to... Whoa, what happened to my screen? That's crazy. But anyway, we need all these little things in order to keep our attention. It's crazy.
At Ask a Vegan, where I respond to comments and make short 1-minute videos about veganism. Also, only about 10% of my subscribers here follow me on Twitter, and Twitter is where it's at right now, so give me a follow there too if you're into sarcastic witticisms, I guess. Anyway, today, you read the title right, I'm going to try to debunk myself. More specifically, I'm going to debunk one of my own videos that I made about 3 years ago, since, frankly, my opinions have changed, and I think it's important to record my philosophical shifts, especially because the old video is still available to watch. I asked my patrons to vote on which video they wanted to see next, and they seemed excited at the prospect of me documenting how my feelings have changed. The video I'm going to respond to today, then, is a video I made years ago, supposedly debunking the Kalam Cosmological Argument. A shout out to my patrons.
That's cool, because this is on topic. Literally. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. I also think, I wonder if he'll get into the notion of moral nihilism as well, because at this point he no longer considers himself to be a moral nihilist. He doesn't think that morality is, he doesn't think that morality is real in the sense of like it being objective. No, he does think it's real. He doesn't think it's objective. He thinks that morality is subjective ultimately, but he thinks that it is still not nihilistic because it has meaning. When you believe something moral, it does have a meaning attached to it. So that's why he wouldn't be a moral nihilist, but he would not be a moral objectivist in the most objective sense. He's a moral objectivist in the sense of there being a subjective goal that all humans share, which is survival, reproduction, the avoidance of pain, and the attachment to pleasure, right? That's what he thinks as a utilitarian is the basis of morality. But that goal in and of itself is subjective. It's a result of the evolutionary process. It's a subjective thing, though, that will always result in that same way because of his deterministic perspective as well. So it's necessarily subjective. So it's like very grounded into the essence of humanity and an objective in the sense of we all share this. And so based on that, there are objective ways to accomplish this subjective goal. So that's kind of where he stands in terms of morality and why he would now no longer be a moral nihilist, although still holding to moral subjectivism.
By the way, for allowing me to afford a haircut when the lockdown is finally over. Recently on my channel, as you'll know, I spoke to William Lane Craig, the man who gave the Kalam Cosmological Argument its name. We had a really fantastic discussion, link is in the description of course, on some in-depth implications of that particular argument. And at some point during my reflection...
Oh, Thomas, I just saw your other comment. I found his early content on veganism to be very persuasive. Part of the reason that I'm vegan today. That's awesome. I actually recently became vegan myself because of doing the series and watching his videos. I found his videos very persuasive. So that's cool. Good for you, man. On it, where I find it kind of difficult to eat out though, at least where I live. It's not hard at Trader Joe's. I get a lot of my groceries there, but whenever I have to eat out with someone, it's become a little bit awkward sometimes, if I'm being honest. But yeah, no, I think overall I would say I'm a lot more happy because of I don't feel bad about, looking at pepperoni pizza and eating that or even drinking milk. So yeah, no, I've reacted to some of his, you can watch previously in my series of me reacting to his vegan stuff. I think the latest one I did was him basically saying, are humans more valuable than trees? That was a video that he made responding to PragerU. So that was the latest vegan one, I believe. But I've done a few of them, so. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. It is definitely worth it. There's no sense of guilt to it anymore. So yeah, I love it. It's been cool. I've only been doing it for like a month and a half, so I'm pretty new to it. Getting myself, supplements in the morning, and then I'm using the Fig app to whenever I buy stuff, just scanning it and like, is this vegan? But yeah, thank you.
On our conversation, I watched that video back, that video that I made all those years ago on the Kalam, and I just really don't think it was very good. I mean, perhaps it was good for an 18-year-old who hadn't formally studied philosophy yet and hadn't spoken to the man who coined the argument, which, by the way, it doesn't escape me how lucky I am to have had that opportunity. But after having given the argument some serious study, especially in preparation to talk to Dr. Craig, I realized that some of the things I previously said were not particularly well thought out, to say the least. Now, to be sure, I still don't quite buy the Kalam cosmological argument, for reasons expressed in my conversation with Dr. Craig, But those reasons are now quite different from the reasons I gave in this old video of mine. So let's play it, let's watch it, and I'll try to pick up on where I think I went wrong. I do have various responses to some of the points that I'll raise here, but this video is solely focused on putting counter-arguments to what I said 3 years ago and pointing out what I didn't get properly right. So the video begins with me giving a fairly inaccurate account of Aquinas's cosmological arguments. I then note that if we say something like, everything needs a cause, and so God must exist, we can also ask, well, what caused God? So to avoid that question, we get the Kalam Cosmological Argument. Well, this is where the Kalam Cosmological Argument comes in. It makes one small adjustment to the original premises. Instead of saying that everything has a...
Dude, that background music, this is the... Oh, he used to do a series way back in the day when he first started. What was it called? It was like Thought Bubble or something. This was like when he first started. I'll have to look it up. But that's where the music's for. It was for this series, Thought Bubble. When I interview him in hopes that I interview Alex, I want to ask him that, hey, is Thought Bubble coming? I'm blanking on the name of the series, but that's where the music comes from.
Cause. It says that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and God has always existed. He never began, and therefore is exempt from this infinite regress. And hey presto, problem solved.
Oh, also on the bingo sheet, I've not been doing the bingo sheet. Big Bang, obviously. So if you have Big Bang on your bingo sheet, I think free will. We've definitely talked about free will, and then right here, the wooden subscriber play button. That you can knock that one off your bingo sheet if you have it.
Right? Well, no, and let me tell you why. Okay, so to be clear, this is the Kalam Cosmological Argument. Premise 1, everything which begins to exist has a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, therefore, the universe has a cause. Now, as I say in the video, I'm about to try to list some reasons why this argument doesn't allow us to prove God's existence. So let's go through them. Firstly, you may have noticed that I referred to this first mover just then as God, as he. But there's a world of difference between proving the existence of some kind of arbitrary first mover and proving the existence of a god, and especially your particular god. Even if the Kalam Cosmological Argument was sound, which I hope to prove to you that it's not, it still wouldn't prove any particular god. Okay, now this is only half true, but my biggest mistake here, quite simply, was expecting more of the Kalam than I should have. The Kalam Cosmological Argument never claimed to prove the existence of, say, the Christian god. I mean, of course it doesn't. Kalam is an Arabic word referring to Islamic theology. If Dr. Craig had ever claimed that the Kalam proved the existence of the Christian God specifically, it'd be seriously strange for him to name it in homage.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. It's kind of similar to how the contingency argument, I mean, there's two parts to the contingency argument. So the one part is to basically say, is there a first mover? And then the second part is, okay, now that we've figured out that there's something holding everything together, what are the characteristics of that thing that's holding everything together? And that's when you kind of get closer to the Christian God through that second part of it. But at the basis, most of the cosmological arguments are not even trying to attempt to prove any specific God exists, especially our modern notion of monotheism exists. It's just the notion that there's a first cause or a first, creator or something, or in contingency argument, something holding everything together.
To Muslim philosophers like Al-Kindi and Al-Ghazali, who Dr. Craig explicitly cites as influences on his version of the argument, it's unlikely that these Muslim influences would inspire an argument that claims to prove the Christian God specifically. The Kalam Cosmological Argument seeks to prove that there is something outside of the universe that brought the universe into existence. That's it. Right? It doesn't attempt to prove, say, that Jesus died for our sins, or that God doesn't want men to get it on with other men, or that the Ten Commandments are true, or anything like that. So it was wholly unfair of me to criticize it for not doing so, for not trying to prove a particular God. It'd be like me putting forward an argument, say, that an alien civilization must exist based on probability of life in the universe or something. And someone turned around and said, well, even if your argument is true, it can't tell us who the president of that civilization is. Well, who cares? I never claimed that it did. Sure, the Kalam might not tell us whether the creator of the universe is the Christian God, But the Kalam never claimed that it could do, so
fair.
that's not a problem. But even so, the Kalam cosmological argument doesn't necessarily just get us to what I called in my old video, quote, some kind of arbitrary first mover. But there's a world of difference between proving the existence of some kind of arbitrary first mover and proving the existence of a god. I said this to imply that even if the Kalam is correct, all you have is the existence of some nondescript cause, and no reason to assign it any properties, like omnipotence, omniscience, eternality, etc. But I completely fail to consider something crucial. When the Kalam speaks of the universe, it doesn't just mean the observable universe, or our universe. It means every material thing that exists. In a moment, I try to debunk the idea that the universe began to exist by saying that the Big Bang wasn't necessarily the beginning of everything, just our universe. But that just means I didn't properly understand the terminology, since if anything materially existed before or outside of the Big Bang, it would be included in what the Kalam is calling the...
I think, yeah, and this gets at a larger point. I think a lot of the time when people disagree, they probably don't quite disagree. They might just not understand where each other are coming from. And so in that, they disagree because you're using terms and words in a way that means something to you, but means something totally different to the person listening or hearing what you're saying. And so it's very important to, get to the bottom of, okay, what do we mean when we say this? What do we mean when you say that? And then from there, evaluate. And you can still disagree at that point, but you're probably going to not disagree as much, or you're going to be more precise in like, okay, this is what you're saying, and this is what you believe, this is what I'm saying, this is what I believe. It's really just one or two things that we actually disagree with fundamentally. And that's what it helps do a lot of the time. It's actually really funny because as I was listening to his videos on my own, one of his recent videos, not today, but at this point in his series, like 5 years ago, he did an interview with Muhammad Hijab, where Muhammad Hijab constantly said like, hey, Alex, this is a quote from this video, and this is what you are actively claiming to be the case. Now defend that. And Alex is like, okay, maybe I said that. I don't even know. I think what I meant when I said that is this. And then Muhammad Hijab is like, no. The quote I brought up, this is what you meant by it. Now defend what I'm saying you meant by that quote. And he's like, well, actually, no, I don't think that's what I meant by the quote. And Muhammad Hijab was like, but you said it. But that's his way of winning the argument, is like pushing him on something that he never actually claimed in that sense, but claimed in a different sense. And that was really annoying, and you can check out that video. He exposes Muhammad Hijab. I think that's what it's called or something like that. But yeah, that kind of argument is very problematic, and it shows why it's important, why we need to define what we mean when we say something, and really get to the bottom of that before we can continue any sort of intellectual discussion.
Universe. We'll get into that properly in a moment, but the relevant point here is that this means that if the Kalam is accurate and the universe does have a cause, then what I claimed in my video isn't true. There actually are things that we can at least arguably know about the nature of the cause and properties that we can assign to it. For example, if, by definition, anything that materially exists is part of the universe, then whatever caused the universe must be immaterial. Since if it was material, it would just be part of the universe, not its cause. So immediately we can say that the cause must be immaterial. Right? If time is a property of the universe, then whatever caused it must exist outside of time, or timelessly. We can make arguments like these to say that if the universe did have a cause, we actually can argue more than just, as I originally said, that it's some kind of arbitrary first mover. That is to say, there...
Yeah, but that gets to something that I didn't quite understand from William Lane Craig's argument, which is the notion that God is timeless, sans the universe, but once the universe is in existence, then he's within time. I just don't understand how that can work. If the quality of God is that he's timeless and then he becomes bound within time, I don't see how you jump between the two. That just doesn't make sense. I could potentially see the idea of like God is always timeless, but then once the universe is created, not like the moment it's created, but there's the timeless dimension and then there's the time-bound dimension. time-bound dimension starts while the timeless dimension continues to exist. And so there's God acting in the mode of timelessness and God acting in the mode of within time, both happening. I could see that. But the notion of sans universe, God is timeless, and then universe, God is within time, I guess that doesn't really make sense to me. So it would have to be this notion of like two separate modes existing. That would make a little bit more sense.
There actually are at least some properties of this cause that we can at least arguably assign to it if it does exist. It still doesn't get us to the Christian God, of course, but it does get us to something that looks a lot more like some form of God than just some random nondescript object. We might also say something like, for instance, if the universe has a cause, that cause must at least have some form of creative power too, since if something caused the universe, it must have the power and the creative capacity to do so. Now, don't misunderstand.
And it must have free will too, because if there's anything that can be causal on its own, that means it has free will because it's not the result of a previous cause. So that if everything is the result of the initial cause, then whatever caused it is, I guess in William Lane Craig's view, is it has free will. I guess it's not necessary though. You don't necessarily need free will. I retract that, but that is something that William Lane Craig espouses as part of it.
Understand me, you can of course argue against all of these points I'm raising. You could argue, for instance, that the universe somehow caused itself, or was caused by something within itself, and so the cause of the universe actually isn't immaterial, or something like that, so we can't assign that particular property to the cause. But two things. First, I didn't even consider arguments of this kind in my original video, except for one that we'll speak about in a moment, but I didn't even really consider these arguments, despite asserting that their conclusion is false. Right? I said, if the universe has a cause, we have no reason to assign any properties to that cause. But I simultaneously failed to mention any of the arguments in favor of doing exactly that. Of course, it's easy for me to say that we can't conclude something when I omit any mention of the arguments in its favor. Nice going, teenage Alex. But secondly, and more interestingly, notice that if we do counter the assignment of a property like immateriality to the cause of the universe with a claim like the universe caused itself, or the universe was caused by something within the universe, as far as philosophical claims go, these are quite sketchy ones, right? Saying the universe was maybe caused by something material, so it was caused to exist by something within itself, even though that thing wouldn't exist before the universe in order to bring it into existence. Yikes, it's a bit messy and not a particularly compelling position to hold. But of course...
No, that's fair. That's very fair. It's complicated. I mean, in every sort of worldview, I think there's going to be a sense in which it's like, what? Huh? Just because we're very limited in our understanding.
So far in my original video, I was granting that the Kalam Cosmological Argument was sound. Right? All of this so far relies on the idea that it is sound, that there is a beginning to the universe, and that it does have a cause. Right? But I said in my original video that even if it does have a cause, even if the argument is sound, we don't know anything about the nature of this cause. I now think that this is, at the very least, far from certain. There are some really compelling arguments to say that if there is a cause to the universe, it must have at least some godlike properties, like immateriality. At worst...
Okay. I actually really like this analogy. So, Thomas says, it's like if you were to go skydiving. The creation of the universe is the moment you jump off the plane. Before you jump, you aren't falling. Once you make the choice to jump, then you must fall. I agree. So it's the choice that really does the causing. So once God creates the universe, he's constrained by time, like how once the skydiver jumps, he's constrained by gravity. That's a great analogy. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's I'm gonna use that if you're okay with it. I'll quote you on that. That's really good. That's really good. Nice.
First, the only way I can escape attributing certain godlike properties to this cause would be to adopt some strange and unprovable claims, like that the universe somehow caused itself. In doing so, I'd be adopting a burden of proof of my own for that claim, and no longer able to say something like, I'm just unconvinced. At the very least, my position was far more controversial and in need of defense than I realized when I first claimed that the cause of the universe could be completely nondescript. What I said still could be correct. It's just not as simple as I thought it was back then. And notice that those godlike properties that we do have some good reason to ascribe to a cause of the universe, like timelessness, immateriality, creative power, these things are claimed by Dr. Craig to be derived from the Kalam Cosmological Argument. And those godlike properties that we can't derive from the Kalam, like Jesus being the Son of God, well, those were never claimed to be proven by the Kalam. Right? Of course, if we judge the Kalam against our own standard of wanting to prove...
Okay, he mentioned Jesus claiming to be God. I am going to count that as on the bingo sheet. Jesus didn't claim to be God. So if you have that on your bingo sheet, which I do, Jesus didn't claim to be God, go ahead and mark it off. Bada bing, bada boom.
Prove that the Christian God exists, we'll find it to be an awful argument easily. But if we consider it against the standard that it actually claims to meet, it's just a little bit more attractive. Just a little bit. Still, I did actually respond in the original video to one property that the Kalam tries to ascribe to the cause of the universe, and that property is personality. Now, weirdly, I used an example from Frank Turek, an apologist, instead of William Lane Craig, the go-to Kalam philosopher. I can't remember why this is. Maybe it was just the first clip I could find, but maybe it was because I thought that Turek's case was easier to defeat. I really wasn't steel-manning the argument. But still, I didn't even do a very good job of responding even to him. Let's take a look. Now, Frank Turek, who we've encountered before on this channel, has had this contention put to him on more than one occasion, and he attempts to get around it by claiming that whatever it was that caused the universe had to be some kind of personal being, because it had to make a choice in creating the universe. Here's a clip from one of his videos called From the Kalam to the Biblical God.
And then also personal. Why does the being need to be personal? Because in order to make a choice, which is what you have to do in order to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, you have to be a person.
But Turek and others like him fail to consider the fact that consciousness is not always needed as a driving force behind something happening. I mean, does a leaf choose to fall off of a tree? Oh boy. Okay, so this is an obvious straw man on my part. Well, not technically.
Efficient cause, conscious.
I guess, because I didn't do it on purpose. But clearly, no serious philosopher thinks that consciousness is always needed for anything to happen. I really wasn't being very careful with my words there. Consciousness is not always needed as a driving force behind something happening. And look, there's a lesson in this about always reading the right material, right? If I had read a better defense of the argument that Turek is hitting on here, I wouldn't have made this ridiculous mistake. Because it's actually quite a compelling argument, right? But I just hadn't done such reading. Luckily, I have now, so let me try to explain this argument to you now that I actually somewhat understand what it says. So first, remember, I wasn't yet criticizing the Kalam itself, but just the conclusion. I said that even if the Kalam was sound, we can't ascribe the property of personality to the cause of the universe. That is, I was just granting that the premises are true. So granting that the Kalam is sound and valid, that the universe did have a beginning and the universe does have a cause, think about this. Proponents of the Kalam think that the cause of the universe would be timeless, infinite, since it exists outside of time. And we're also granting that the effect, the universe, is finite, since we're granting that it had a beginning at some point. So here's the kicker, the really interesting consideration. How can a finite effect come from an infinite cause? Right? If the universe began to exist, it's finite. If whatever caused it to exist is infinite, then we have something really weird going on. Right? If the cause never changed its nature, never did anything, never made a choice, to use Turek's words, then why was this cause at one point insufficient to bring the universe into existence, and at another point sufficient such that it did bring the universe into existence? I mean, if there is a cause of the universe, then that cause must have sufficient properties to bring the universe into existence, right? Otherwise it couldn't be its cause. But if the cause doesn't change, doesn't make choices, isn't personal, then because it never changes, it must always have sufficient properties to bring the universe into existence. But
Yeah, basically it needs a sense of free will, I think is what he's getting at. It needs a sense of being able to make a decision to go from one state to another rather than being caused to into said behavior. It needs to say I'm making a decision sans any external influence to change from one state to another. It needs to be an efficient cause, an agent, free will choice.
But if the cause is infinite and always was sufficient to bring the universe into existence, the universe should be infinite too, since as long as the cause existed, it was such that it was sufficient to bring the universe into existence, and so the effect should be equally long-lasting. It should be infinite as well. If, however, the cause is infinite, but the effect is only finite, which is precisely what the Kalam argues, something must have happened. Right? Something about the cause must have changed to bring it from a state of insufficiency, where it didn't bring the universe into existence, into a state of sufficiency, such that it did bring the universe into existence. Without such a change, you can't have a finite effect from an infinite cause. So it seems that if the universe has a cause, and the universe is finite, that cause can't just be some kind of idle object. Some, again, to use my words, some kind of arbitrary first mover. Instead, it must, well, do something to bring the universe into existence. It must change in some way. And that change can't be caused by something external to it, since nothing is external to it before the universe begins. Right? The cause is the cause of everything that materially exists. So before the universe exists, there can't be anything materially existing outside of the cause to change its nature.
That's a really interesting point. I actually really like that. I don't think I thought about that too hard prior to the previous video, but that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's really valid point. So it has a sense of free will agency. It is an efficient cause, so to speak.
Did change its nature from insufficiency to sufficiency has to come from within itself. That sounds a lot like the cause making a choice of its own accord. But okay, you might say something like, well, what if the change in sufficiency of the cause came from something external to it, but that external thing was just another non-material object, right? Another non-material cause. Well, here's the problem with that. If the change in the nature of an immaterial cause is due to some other immaterial cause, you have to explain the change in that cause's sufficiency too. And if you just posit another external cause, you have to explain the change in that cause's nature as well. And you end up with either an infinite regress of an infinite number of non-material causes, or you arrive at some non-material cause that ceases the regress by changing its own nature, seemingly making a choice in at least some vague sense. Now, of course, you could just quite simply say that there is some kind of infinite regress of immaterial causes existing outside of the universe. But, well, is that really plausible? Well, I discussed the plausibility of infinite regresses with Dr. Craig in our podcast, but just bear in mind that if we don't accept that infinite regresses are possible, as many philosophers do not, then we have a pretty interesting argument here to say that whatever caused the universe must have made a choice in at least some vague sense, as I say. It must have somehow changed its own nature. Right? Clearly, there are a great many discussions to be had on this question, but I hope you can see that my simple dismissal of it in my original video was a bit ridiculous. I still can't believe I just talked about a leaf falling off a tree, as if that in any way addressed the very serious philosophical challenge. Right?
This is a challenge for determinism too, because I'm a compatibilist. I agree with the deterministic notion metaphysically, but I think it is a challenge for determinism because it's basically the notion that everything is the result of a previous cause that goes on infinitely. So there's no sense in which there is an initial cause, unless we are to say that there is free will at the beginning of things. And if you're going to grant that there could be potentially free will at the beginning of things, well then why can't there be free will at some point else in the chain, like the human soul or a human making a decision within their desire between different options, both geared toward the same desire? Yeah, I also think the other thing about the determinist perspective that is problematic is there's circular reasoning in the notion that we always do what we desire most, right? So that which you desire most is what you will automatically do. If that's the case, how do we check that? Through observing what you do. But what you do is based upon what you desire most. How do I know what I desire most? By observing what I do. It's literally a circular type of reasoning there, and there's no way to actually verify if that's true or not. It's just you have to say that that's the case, and I think that's another problem for determinism, is that sort of circular reasoning that you end up with. So, yeah, the determinism is something I agree with. I don't see any way that you can actually have libertarian free will, but I also think there's a lot of problems with the philosophical arguments in favor of determinism, and the implications on rationality too are very interesting. It's not that rationality can't exist or is not trustworthy, but it's that we can't verify whether it is trustworthy or not. And I think that's the main issue with it too. So there's a lot of implications and a lot of problems. Again, like with any philosophical perspective, there's going to be implications of it that don't quite add up and are problematic. But I don't think determinism requires an infinite regress. There can be an unmoved mover or an uncaused cause that sets the chain of deterministic events in motion. It just describes the way that the system that we find ourselves in operates and makes no claims on its origin. So I think that's a fair assessment, but if you're going to say that something can be sort of an uncaused cause or like a beginning of the deterministic cycle, then you have to grant that it's possible to make free will decisions, period. And that's what a determinist says, is that there is no such thing as anything making a decision outside of what it wants or what it is forced to do, or randomness, one of those three, none of which have free will. So basically, the notion is, could you ever make a decision that is not in accordance with your desire? No, because whatever you desire most is what will happen. And so the desires of an immaterial, uncaused causer are going to be to continue to be that thing. But how does it start this chain of physical determinism if the chain of causation that it causes was done so through its own free will choice, not caused by external factors? Like, how does that arise? Where does that come from? What does that even mean definitionally? Like, there's a lot of problems, I think, with that. And maybe it's because we're limited by our own perspective, which is that everything is driven by desire. Like, the deepest desire is just what we will choose to do. But I think I don't think it quite adds up. I don't see why positing an uncaused cause allows free will. Like the pool table analogy, the uncaused cause is the pool stick hitting the cue ball, but the ball bounces are determined after that. Yes, but the pool stick, right, is physically pushed through an agent that pushes it, right? The pool stick isn't going to move on its own. Then you ask the question, why did the agent move the pool stick in that way? Well, because that agent was deterministically caused to do that through their brain chemistry, through their desires, through their learning, their conditioning. All of those things feed into the deterministic chain. So, but if you want to say that the ball, the billiard ball moved because of the stick, because of the agent who made the choice free will wise, that's fine. But then you have to leave open the gate that there's free will in a lot of different scenarios beyond the initial cause. But that if there's at all the possibility of there being an uncaused cause, then there must be the possibility of an uncaused cause within the chain itself. There are unanswerable questions about the origins of the deterministic system, but it still is deterministic. So I think the answer might be indeterminism, though. That's kind of what I think. I think the beginning might not be a deterministic thing, but it might be an indeterministic thing. That's random. That's sort of out of something, not out of a specific choice, but out of something sort of caused it to cause this chain of deterministic things. So I think that might be what's happening. And we do see that at the quantum level, these indeterministic, random quantum events. So that's what I think is probably the initial thing. But that has its own problems as well. So maybe the pool stick hitting the cue ball is the Big Bang, and everything after it is determined, like the pool ball bouncing around perfectly predictably. That's, I guess, maybe that's maybe free will then is something that exists, but only sans the universe. Because that's kind of what it sounds like you're saying. It's like sans the existence of the universe, which is the beginning of the deterministic chain of events, there is free will. And then there is the decision at the beginning, which actually begins the deterministic chain of events. Like your skydiver analogy, right? Where there's timelessness, but then God, as soon as he makes the decision for time, creates time in that moment. Maybe there's such a thing as free will, but as soon as God creates the universe, the notion of free will ceases to exist. I could see that as a possibility. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? It's like a de-emergence of free will. I'll continue the video, but that's an interesting thought.
Should be a lesson in always reading the strongest and clearest version of any argument that you wish to try and rebut. Right, okay, cleared that up. But as I said before, this whole question of attributing godlike qualities to the cause of the universe relies on the idea that there is a cause of the universe, right? It was a big mistake on my part to overlook these points that we just discussed. But we've only thus far discussed my criticism of the conclusion, not my criticism of the soundness of the argument itself, right? It wasn't a criticism of either of the premises. So now, to save time, let me just briefly touch on my biggest mistake when discussing the concept of infinite regresses and the universe beginning to exist. And look, this whole argument exists for the sake of it being impossible for there to be an infinite regress of causation. But is that really an impossibility? I mean, to be sure, our observable universe did have a beginning. The Big Bang did happen. I mean, you can actually see it with the right kind of telescope. In fact, if you want to see a video on some proofs for the Big Bang, do let me know in the comments. It's been something that I've been considering doing for a while, so if you want to see that, do let me know. Now, theists often point to the Big Bang and say, well look, here's the beginning of everything in existence. There must have been some kind of cause behind it. But hold on, because the Big Bang has never claimed to be the beginning of everything. Rather, it's only ever claimed to be the beginning of everything that we know of. Perhaps there were universes before ours. Perhaps the death of one universe is the Big Bang of the next, and this could be some kind of infinite chain. Perhaps there's a multiverse, and not even a multiverse of separate entities, but maybe one large, infinitely large fabric in which there are sort of localized areas of activity, one of which is our observable universe, which did have its own beginning. There's simply no way for us to know. Aquinas, Craig, and Turek alike assume some kind of singular grand beginning to not only our universe, but anything that does, will, and can exist. And there's simply no proof to back this up. Yeah, and Dr. Craig doesn't claim that there is such proof. Right, again, I'm just completely misunderstanding what his argument actually is. Right, in my original video here, my argument appears to be something like, people like Dr. Craig say the universe had a grand beginning, but we can't know that the Big Bang was actually the beginning of everything. Right. But as I said before, I was mistaking the definition of universe in the Kalam Cosmological Argument. If there was a universe before ours, or a multiverse, or whatever, then these things being material objects, they would just be incorporated into the universe with a capital U, the universe as defined by William Lane Craig. That is, if a universe existed before the Big Bang simply wasn't the beginning of the universe in the sense that we're talking about. But more troublingly, I implied that William Lane Craig doesn't think that infinite regresses are possible because of the Big Bang. But this is flatly false. As he told me himself, the reason Dr. Craig doesn't think that infinite regresses are possible, that is, that the universe must be finite, has nothing to do with empirical evidence for the beginning of the universe and the Big Bang, and everything to do with just rational philosophy. Right, here he is in his own words.
Historically, the second premise that the universe began to exist was supported by philosophical arguments. It wasn't until the 20th century that there was any sort of empirical evidence for the beginning of the universe. And as I looked at the various arguments that were offered historically for the beginning of the universe, the finitude of the past, it seemed to me that two of them stood out. One would be the argument based on the impossibility of an actually infinite number of things in reality. And then the other would be the impossibility of forming an actually infinite collection of things by successive addition. These arguments are independent of each other. Even if one fails, the other could still be sound. And so together, I think they provide very persuasive philosophical grounds for affirming the finitude of the past and hence the beginning of the universe.
Yeah, no, that's really good. I think that those are solid reasons to doubt the idea of an infinite universe. I know people point to the second law of thermodynamics. This is outside of philosophy, but they'll point to that as well as that everything's gearing toward entropy. And so if that is the case, then it's gearing in a certain direction, which means if we rewind the clock, it's coming back together in one direction, which, yeah, it has its own sort of implications because of that. The resources that are in the universe would be fully used up if the universe was truly infinite. Now you can argue against those that there's an infinite loop of using up resources and then coming back together and releasing them and coming back. That's a possibility, but by no means does it automatically mean that that's the case. Oh no.
Only reason for us to believe that the universe can't be infinite. I, again, wasn't tackling the strongest version of the argument, which in my view now is that philosophical argumentation that Craig prefers to use. Again, nothing to do with the Big Bang or even science generally. Now, I can say in all honesty that the reason I didn't consider what I now think are the strongest arguments for the finitude of the universe is because I just wasn't really aware of them, right? But I think it was irresponsible of me to not do the proper research in that regard and make a video as if it was comprehensive and exhaustive when it simply wasn't. And just so you know, the worst part, in my view, about that old video of mine, and the real reason that I wanted to make this response, isn't necessarily because I got anything wrong per se. I mean, what I said might still be correct, but I just wasn't engaging with the argument in full. I hadn't done the proper reading, I wasn't tackling the proper arguments or the hardest arguments, and so I just think it was giving off the wrong impression and an irresponsible philosophical video.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong to do a video without having exhausted every aspect and detail of a argument. I think you should try to do that as best as you can, but I just don't think you're going to. I think you're going to miss the mark a lot of the time. So I think what it really means is that we need to be more humble, right? Instead of just being like, oh, obviously this is the case, pinky up. Instead of like having that kind of attitude toward things, I think we need to have an attitude of like, hey man, I might be wrong. There's probably something I might be missing here. I'm going to do my best to present this in a way that is as comprehensive as possible, but there might be something wrong that I present, and you guys should not take my word for it. Like, go and explore this on your own. This is a way for you to explore ideas and learn along with me, you know? So, yeah, I think there needs to be a sense in which we need to be humble about these things. That's the real lesson, in my opinion. I don't think the lesson is you need to like research every single detail about everything before you even can make a video. Because I mean, in that sense, you're never going to make anything. There's no way that you're going to produce anything if that's the case. You should do your best to do that and do follow-up videos like this. Be like, hey, I think I was wrong about this. I don't see any issue with any of that. The real problem is presenting it as if it's like objective, 100% fact, and there's no questioning what I'm saying. I'm absolutely right. Like that's where I think there's actual issues. There needs to be humility and a recognition of there might be something I'm missing here, and help like point it out if you want to, you know, comment below, stuff like that. I think that's really the heart of the matter right here.
Video, especially because I paraded it as though it was some kind of grand debunking of the argument when it didn't even really scratch the surface. So in summary, I hope that you can now see that basically, while I didn't necessarily get anything wrong in my original video, I didn't say anything incorrect, I was just arguing against positions either that people don't actually hold or that are the weakest versions of the arguments available. Right? I said that the Kalam doesn't get us to a particular God, even though nobody claimed that it did. I argued that conscious choice isn't always needed for actions to occur, even though nobody claimed that it is. I argued that the Big Bang doesn't necessarily give us reason to think that the universe is finite, even though Dr. Craig never claimed that it did. And what I didn't mention was the myriad of far more challenging philosophical arguments for the finitude of the universe that I could have found with a bit of searching and a bit of reading. Again, I finally did discuss those arguments with Dr. Craig himself, so do check out our full conversation. But the ultimate takeaway is that clearly I just wasn't listening hard enough. I wasn't reading the arguments properly. I wasn't doing the proper research. And above all, this should serve as a reminder that whenever you watch a video, including one of mine, never take the speaker's word for granted. Right? Never assume that they've done all the research and thinking necessary to fully address the argument they're discussing. Do your own reading, listen to the other side, be charitable in your interpretations. These things will lead to far more effective philosophy and far more effective thinking too. So thank you for watching. I just wanted to get off my chest that after talking to Dr. Craig and preparing for our conversation, I just realized that my past video was highly flawed. I don't consider it embarrassing to say that I was wrong on these points. I actually find it incredibly exciting because God knows what else I've gotten wrong in my 4 years on YouTube. Maybe I'll make more videos like this one if you enjoyed it. Do let me know in the comments if you did, and I'll revisit some more of my old videos. But in the meantime, thank you for watching, and a special thanks, as always, to my top-tier patrons who allow me to do what I do. If you do like my content, please do consider supporting me on Patreon via the link in the description. Follow me on social media as well, if you like. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys, it's Alex, and just to let
Oh, I just realized I was on mute. I was just checking to see if he said good morning, everyone. He doesn't. He says, hey guys, look at this. Look at this dude.
Hey guys, it's Alex.
Hey guys. Literally, look at this. I literally am one away from a freaking bingo. And he just had to say, hey guys, instead of good morning, everyone. He just had to do it. You just had to do it, Alex. I'm butthurt. I'm butthurt about that. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, let's do our comment. If you guys got a bingo, let me know in the comments and I will shout you out. Even if you're watching this afterward, if you got a bingo, I will shout you out in the next video. So we can do it that way. I keep adding to the bingo sheet too, like more and more. And I think it helps, but it's still like, we haven't gotten a single bingo yet. It's still crazy, dude. It's just absolutely crazy. We're going to get it someday. I'll just keep adding more. And we'll get it someday, you know? We'll get a bingo. Someday when we're over the rainbow. Something like that. All right. And then if there's anything you want to leave a comment about on this video, let me know and I'll include it in the comment. But yeah, I'm gonna get into it. Oh, moppy. There we go. I just saw the comment there. I did come up with Alex O'Connor bingo. There's a bingo maker online. And you know, Alex says a lot of like similar things. And so I decided, hey, let's keep track of this. And then I was like, oh, a fun way to do it would be through bingo. So that's kind of why I did it that way. That was kind of the thought process, was like, oh, there's all these kind of interesting things that he kind of repeats himself on. And so maybe we can mark them off as we go. And then I was like, oh, dude, bingo, that'd be fun. So yeah, that's why I do it that way. It's actually crazy though. In his last podcast with Hank Green, he mentioned Alex O'Connor bingo. And I'm like, dude, do you watch this podcast? Is that you? Like, seeing this? I don't know. It might be a coincidence, but I made a whole YouTube short on it. So I have no idea though. It's interesting. Thanks for asking though. All right. That's our comment. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. I think that's going to be it for this live stream. So far, on my own, I've watched 165 videos, and together we've watched 36. So that's pretty cool. 36 videos. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. One day at a time. One day at a time. Well, this has been a lot of fun. Thomas, it's been great chatting with you. Riley, I'm sure you're sleeping right now, but it's great having you on. And pretty much everyone that tuned in, thank you so much for stopping by with the live stream. These videos have been so fun to do just every single week. So really appreciate every one of you and the ideas that you guys express. I think it's really cool to dig into this and be like, oh, that makes sense, and come to new conclusions about things. So anyway, I've been Jackson with the Truth and Tradition podcast. Be sure to check out my podcast episodes as well. I got one with Dr. David Litwa coming up, discussing the Gospel of Thomas, which is a very fascinating text. And then I will continue my series on the Shroud of Turin as well with Hugh Ferry. So that'll be the skeptical side for the Shroud of Turin. But anyway, be sure to give this a like, subscribe if you haven't, and check out the rest of my content. Tune in Thursday nights, 7:30 Central Standard Time every week. Hope that you guys have a great rest of your week and have a very, very Merry Christmas. Oh, actually, sorry, last thing. I'll put out an announcement about this. I'm not doing next week because it's going to be Christmas. So next Thursday, I will not be live streaming. But after that, we'll continue, as normal. So